I have World of Warcraft right now, but I haven't played in a few weeks. I used to play it also, and then I stopped, and then I went back to it.
I did Ashland Call for a while. That was a lot of fun.
And now we're live. I had to unmute myself on the recording. Hello, everybody. As we are putting the finishing touches, and special kudos to our player Brittany, that new logo that you see in the background. She put that together for us, specifically for the Sorcerer game, so thank you very much. It's pretty. And I'm pretty sure that... hey, what's going on? Got Davy Jones' show in the background. And I'm pretty sure that I think tonight is the last time I'm going to be streaming from here. Because the move hopefully should be mostly finalized by this weekend. So I will be obviously streaming from my own home. So I'm excited about that.
Yay!
Yay!
Same green screen, different room.
I get to hang up my own art. I'm super excited about that. So, that being said, so as a brief recap, everybody got their characters. You kind of know who you're playing and what's going on there. You have been told that there is obviously a prime threat to Portland, Oregon, in that the problem has been potentially twofold, and there's other elements at play as well that are threatening to destabilize the area. Somebody came up with the idea to potentially raid a chantry not far away to see if there were any secrets or anything that might be of any use. And that's when the rest of you stumbled upon Watcher, somebody who had been regularly tortured and beaten, to which Brittany's character managed to heal most of those wounds and get him standing worthy at least. And that's where we left off. You guys have kind of picked up with the idea that there's still maybe something to search out in the chantry, and that the threat is obviously very real, and you've been just kind of getting acclimated with who this person is and what exactly this location is that you have raided. So where we pick up, you are all still in the Tremere Chantry. You are in the room. You're in the room currently where you have released Watcher, and he's just kind of rubbing his wrists and getting readjusted to the fact that he's not bound down by shackles or being poked and prodded with bizarre and weird and unusual instruments.
Well, while they're kind of getting to know him, I'm going to continue looking around. Going to be paying attention to my necklace, of course, to see if it heats up, if there's any anyone nearby,
sure.
So to speak.
Okay. Is there anybody who is searching the chantry with Rachel's character?
I want to search for ley lines to see what the magic strength is here.
Sure. Okay.
I think because I have that machine gun with infinite ammo. No, I think I'm going to keep watch by the door, make sure it stays open, and that we're not ambushed by vampires.
Okay.
Luna would be walking through with Rachel. I'm sorry. What is your?
My character's name is Sansa.
She would be traveling with Sansa, looking around. So that
yeah, so why don't we take a moment real quick, since it's been 2 weeks, and these are all still brand new characters to everybody. Why don't we just take a moment and say everybody's name, so that way we know who has what. So, Brittany, who are you playing?
I'm playing Ariel, I am of the Children of Osiris.
Okay. And Missy?
My name is Luna, and yeah, that's pretty much.
Okay. Rachel?
My character's name is Sansa. She is I don't know, sorcerer with some cool conjuration magic and a fire sword.
Fire
Uh,
Sword?
Yeah.
George?
I am playing Mel Valentine, who is a young man who is very big on appearances and math and has a machine gun. Ho ho ho.
Exactly. I was hoping somebody was going to say that. Now I have a machine gun. Oh, oh, oh. And Todd?
I am Lawrence Emerson, an older gentleman that works specifically with mana manipulation and weathercraft. I've talked about how I'm good with weather.
Yes.
So I'm going to stay with my patient
Okay.
and make sure that he's doing okay.
Okay, so we have some roles that we need to get out of the way here real quick. So why don't we start with the Mr. Mana manipulation over there?
What's my difficulty?
Given where you're at, difficulty 6.
Okay, and then it's just manipulation and an occult, correct?
Correct.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
I'm going back and double checking, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Okay, if I roll a 10, I got more than 4 in occult, so I get to re-roll my 10s, right?
You sure do. Yep.
4, 6, 5, 6. And if I re-roll the 10 and I roll a 1, does that take away from the successes?
No.
Okay. So I have six successes.
Okay. Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay. So as you stop and you kind of you say some sort of activation word or a gesture, and it's simple. It's nothing super ornate. It's something you've mastered, given the fact it's a very low ability. It's easy for you to do on the fly when need to. You're not on a ley line. You're actually at a nexus.
And the nexus, is that where the ley line
That's
ends?
where ley lines converge. Yes.
Okay. I'll bring that up. I go, it's interesting. We're at a nexus here. We're not on a ley line, but we're at a nexus.
Do we all know what that means?
It's not something you can physically see, but every one of you would have some sort of working knowledge of what a ley line and a nexus is. Ley lines obviously are, think of them like streams. They're invisible to most people unless you have the ability to actually see them. But in essence, it's like a stream of magic that flows throughout the countryside or whatnot. A nexus or a focal point of some kind. Think of it like a pool. It's where some of the streams converge.
Okay.
For me, I think that this doesn't surprise me because it's a Tremere Chantry.
Yep. Yeah.
So
would make absolute sense.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna feel like as I'm looking around, I'm like, yeah, that makes total sense. They use magic, so of course they're gonna try to find the most powerful point of it.
So you are now searching, kind of breaking off from them and going off on your own to search the chantry for anything else. Go ahead and give me oops, let me grab a character sheet here real fast. Yoink. Okay, so give me a perception and we'll go alertness, or we'll go alertness at first, yes. Difficulty 8.
I got I don't know if that's a 9 or a... Oh, that's a 9. Okay. I got 3.
3. Okay. So the first thing you notice as you were starting to go down these halls of what probably had tomes in them at some point in time, there is, of course, some decor that line the walls. It looks like like somebody was fleeing a natural disaster in here. Not that something has blown up and destroyed a bunch of things, but that there was a massive scramble to get the hell out. Like you would see somebody getting away from a category 5 hurricane sort of thing. It's just like grab the essentials, get out. So there's chairs that are overturned. There's tables that are like toppled over with paperwork. I mean, there's nothing here that, as far as you can tell, resembles any sort of organization. That doesn't mean there was anything there. It's just the first thing you notice is that this place was ransacked in a very careless fashion to just get out. It's like what they could immediately see and put it in a trash bag and run sort of thing.
Okay. So do I know exactly what I'm looking for then, as far as something that's going to help us? I'm not sure if I'm looking for paperwork or what.
Well, here's the thing. You know enough about the history of your particular order that their order, even though they're vampires, is still very rigidly adheres to a lot of that stuff. So it's almost like you're walking through the halls of a rival high school. So you already kind of instinctively know, oh, okay, that's the science wing, and oh, yeah, that's probably the gym, that kind of thing. Like, you kind of already understand that, okay, if I've seen trophies, then I'm probably near some sort of, experimentation area or something like that. So it's taking you time to get adjusted in the sense that this isn't your home. But there's enough familiarity about the layout that you're like, okay, if we did this, then they might do this. And so you're kind of like second guessing a little bit here and there, and walking down hallways. And one of the things you notice, because again, one of the rooms that you walk into is almost a, it's a room before you get to the room. It's almost like not a meeting area, but like a checkpoint.
Entryway?
Kind of like
Foyer.
There we go. Thank you. So kind of like something like that there, that leads deeper into the chantry. One of the things that you noticed, Rachel, that because you're kind of thinking like they think, that you did the whole Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, kind of going through your head of like, okay, well, the penitent man will pass, the penitent man will pass, the penitent man kneels, and so that like you look. And just as you were about ready to step down, you see what looks to be like a Roman numeral of 5 carved onto a stone on the floor.
Interesting. Okay. So am I looking similar to Indiana Jones, where I'm going to look to see if I can find the corresponding symbol on another area?
No. You do see that there are other symbols on the floor, and they all do mark... they're all Roman numeral, but they are not. It's not like you have to hop around from them. It doesn't seem to be a discernible pattern, but it isn't something that you can't step over. It's confusing, but it doesn't look like it's a path per se. Why don't you, now that you've spotted it, why don't you go ahead and give me an intelligence and occult check, difficulty 8. Given the differences.
Okay. 4, 6, 7. Well, the 8 you said?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a 1. So I have 1, 2, I have 3, and I do have a 10, and I have a 4 in my intelligence.
Nice. So. Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Just 3.
3. Okay. So you've got enough. It's not something that your order uses, but it's not something completely unfamiliar. So it's close enough. In looking down, when you look at it, the first pass over, you're like, oh, that's kind of put together neatly in a sense of like decor. You're like, okay, that maybe that was somebody who donated to the chantry. It's like almost looks kind of like that, like people that donate bricks and their names are put in. So it's kind of laid out kind of like that. And then you stop and you think and you look at how they're laid out, and it's laid out enough that if you were to casually step onto one, you would trigger some sort of ward.
Oh.
It is
okay.
it clearly has some sort of defensive formation to it that the casual person walking in would stumble onto one of them.
Okay, so basically I need to avoid them.
That's your impression, yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna call back to them and let them know, don't step on the tiles or the rocks on the floor or whatever, the pathways with numbers on them. They're traps.
Of course they are.
Do they increase depending on the area that I go to as far as like the number of wards?
Well,
so I kind of know if I'm getting to maybe a more secure area that...
Well, on the other side of the wards is a door. So your thought is that, okay, well, that you're in this foyer, they're probably in line to hinder or protect whatever is behind that door. The door is shut, but it is a very thick looking door. Perhaps oak of some kind with a very solid looking lock and tumbler system.
I'm gonna basically check it for wards and traps.
Okay.
Any whatever bindings it might have and stuff. So intelligence and occult, or
yes. On the door, you're looking to get a 9 or better. And yes, given that analogy, Todd looks very much like Jones
yes.
Sr. Junior.
Okay, so difficulty 9.
Indiana.
Yeah.
So I had a 9 and a 1, so that takes away that, but I did get 2 10s, so that's 2. I'm gonna 2.
Okay, well, I'm good enough. It's a little advanced. You can tell the door is warded. You haven't seen anything quite at this level, so your first thought is, okay, something important is behind the door to this foyer here. You may need the help of the others to figure it out, but it is a very complex looking ward.
Okay. Who was it that helped me before on the other one? Did I get help from them on the first door when I had to roll that difficulty before?
Did we all help? I know I helped, but did we all help?
I think I gave you like a. I have an ability that like lowers, I have like a thing that like lowers the difficulty.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
He sure does.
So do I still have that then? Would that have applied towards?
Yeah, no, okay. You don't. That's like once per that action. You don't have it. It doesn't carry over.
Okay. She's gonna carefully walk back to where they are, and so there's another door. She kind of motions down the hall. This one is as heavily guarded as the first one, if not more. And I'm not going to be able to do it by myself. I can do it, but I need our powers combined.
Well, I mean, you look at it. If you had the time to sit down and analyze it, you could probably break it down. It's like a complex, 1,000-piece puzzle. You could probably figure it out, but you don't have the time to sit down and research it. You got to do it as quick as possible.
So if we had more time, I could do it by myself, but we don't have that luxury. So it would work quicker if you guys would work with me on this one in particular.
Have you looked everywhere that we need to look? Because last time we opened the door and just went to the next area. So have we?
There's no other areas, right? I mean, have I pretty much looked through the rest of it?
Yeah, there are, but it doesn't look like there was anything of value from the other wings that you went to. Like I said, you're very familiar with the at least the in essence the layout. So the areas that you went to, pretty bare, or it was just junk.
Yeah,
there wasn't really anything there. It was like sleeping quarters and things of that nature. This was the only one that came back that you noticed like the door is intact and it's clearly warded, with some kind. So
Yeah.
this is probably your best bet.
So I think this door is the best way to go. I've checked the other ones, and this is the only one that's heavily warded. Hence the symbols on the bricks on the floor and around it.
And this is something that they decided not to take with them?
They probably didn't have time to take with them, because this door is heavily warded, and it's a very complicated, very almost archaically advanced type of mechanism.
Oh, so I guess
Um,
they probably assumed that it would be fine until they could come back.
Possibly.
It's like some kind of vault that was sealed.
Until, of course, we came here.
Well, we got to the last one with by working together. So yeah, let's do this.
All right.
How's our patient back there, Ariel?
Well, he's on his feet. You said you've been
Watcher
here
just
for a
kind of
year?
raises his hand. He's like, serviceable. If
Oh.
anybody has got a piece or something, at this point, I could use it. Just saying.
How do we
I don't
know
have anything.
that this room isn't some sort of a trap?
We don't, but at the same time, you put your valuables behind something that's going to keep people out. This door in this area is meant to keep people out. And for me, that's a telltale sign. And the way that they have their chantry set up is very similar to the way my order has designs before. This is not uncommon. Well, at least for their type. So I'm willing to bet that there's something important behind that door. What that is, though, I don't know. Unfortunately, it's a risk, just like any door we open.
Real quick, the walking stick that I'm using, what are the powers of that stick?
The earthquake stick.
Yep.
It has 2 charges or 3?
It's a shillelagh of earthquakes. Only the wielder is safe. All others within 10 yards need to make a successful dexterity and athletics check at a difficulty 8 to remain standing. It lasts 2 rounds, so that's 2 rounds cumulative, so it can be kind of a game changer. And it has 3 charges.
Yeah, not using it down here.
Yeah, that wouldn't be good. Like, I'm going to go in the subway and I'm going to start an earthquake.
Yeah, it's just watch. I have a pistol, but I don't want to give up the pistol that's my main weapon, so.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, the Watcher is just kind of rummaging through what's in this torture room, and he's like, scalpel? And he's like, holds on to it. It's something, He's clearly very nervous.
I've written down that I have a pistol. I'm ex-military. Would I have more than a pistol on me, or
not on you? No.
Okay.
I'm definitely agreeable that we should open this door, take what we can find, and then get back to our tasks. The only thing I'm worried about is, someone needs to stay behind and watch the door. We're not supposed to let it close, correct?
Right.
Okay. So Watcher just again raises his hand. He's like, "Look, I've got nothing at this point. I'll keep an eye on the door."
Yeah. Please don't let any of them close.
There's
Otherwise,
I can be there too.
Yeah, no, I can do that at least. I can be of use. I promise.
Okay. All right. So she'll lead them to the door
together. Yeah.
She's going to point out exactly what to look for as we're walking, so they don't step on it. On any of them, just in case. And then she's going to point out basically the ward and kind of where it's at, what she saw before we start it, so that they know kind of what the layout is and so forth. So that way we can work together. And I am going to do what we did before, which you're going to do the blessing, right? And I'm going to burn a mana, right, to lower difficulty?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm casting Blessed Be
Okay.
Oof, I'm out of that. So that puts me out of mana. How does that work? If you only have
Mana is regained by meditating. So meditating just requires some time.
Does
okay.
willpower also restore by meditating?
Yep.
Not like the next day.
No, well,
Okay.
it would restore in full by the next day,
Do
but you
do
can
I-
regain some by
sorry.
meditation.
Okay, then I guess I'm gonna take whatever time they're doing this and try and get some of my willpower back while they don't need me.
So you're going to meditate? Okay, sure. So then you sit down and try to find a calm spot and meditate. So why don't you go ahead and give me a... So you're trying to relax. Give me a stamina and meditation check.
To assist Rachel, am I kind of using like a
You get
the
1 point
spot-
back, Brittany. What was that, Todd?
to assist Rachel? Would I use kind of like the spot the ley line? Would I use that die pool?
No. So you are attempting to decode the ward then, correct?
Right. Just identify how the mana is being used on it, so that she'll be able to tear it apart more efficiently.
So then what you're going to want to do is you're doing a wits and occult check.
Okay.
As the two of you are attempting to team up and interpret the ward and in essence the magical puzzle that has locked the door.
Okay.
I have a question.
Who are you casting Blessed Be on, George?
I think on Sansa, because she's going to be the one who has to do the
Sure. Okay.
the decoding.
So go ahead and roll.
All right, and because it's fortune, I roll manipulation and intimidation. Correct?
You sure do.
Okay. Difficulty 6.
Difficulty 6.
Okay. I got 3 10s, 3 1s, and an 8. So
Okay.
I'm gonna re-roll those 3 10s, but that's crazy that I got 3 10s and 3 1s on the same roll.
Okay.
Jeez.
I got 2 successes.
2 successes. Okay, not bad. So your Blessed Be goes off. You do feel a little more enlightened, Rachel.
And I got 3 successes assisting her.
Okay.
Okay, and I have a question about mana real quick. So
Yes.
if I spend my last mana,
Mm-hmm.
will that affect my ability to like summon my sword or anything like that?
Nope.
Okay.
That's the
So it
benefit
just
to
affects
having
my
mana.
ability.
Yes,
lower
it's
the
kind.
okay.
Yeah, think of it. If we're let's put it in Fast and Furious terms. That's your NOS. When you're out of NOS, you just can't go super fast. It doesn't mean your car stops to work or
Just
you
a
know
little
what
boost where I need
Exactly.
it potentially. It
It
doesn't affect my
precisely.
powers in the sense I can still conjure
Yeah,
stuff.
that's your
or do my
willpower.
hellfire.
Your willpower in this is very key for you guys. If you run out of willpower, you are not only super compliant and dreary and just kind of mentally exhausted, but you obviously have no access to cast your spells, which that's a big bad thing.
I think I have a lot of willpower. Okay, cool. All right, that's what I want to find. All right, so what am I rolling? My intelligence and occult?
Wits and occult.
Oh, wits and occult?
Wits and occult, yes.
Okay.
Because you guys are trying to do this on the fly. It would normally be a difficulty 8, so he has blessed you, so it's a difficulty 7.
Wouldn't it be 6 because I also spent my mana to reduce it?
Yes.
So, okay.
Nice.
No, Blessed Be, that consumes the
Nice.
willpower, yes?
I did
It
get a
does,
1.
yes.
So that takes away 6, but I got 3 with 2 10s. I'm going to reroll those 10s.
Ooh, good rolls tonight so far.
3, so
What was
4.
my difficulty? Was it 6?
Yes, difficulty 6
Well,
because
for-
I spent
for
the
her,
mana.
Yes.
Yeah, for me.
No, but for my assisting her, is it 6 or was I still at
No,
9?
yours still would have been an 8, but it got lowered by 2 because of George and the fact that she used mana.
Okay, cool. Right.
So you're
I got 4.
still good. So you got 4, and then Todd gave you 3.
Yeah, so
Nice.
7.
Okay. Nice. Okay.
Yes.
So the two of you start again, kind of doing what you did before, and you're teeing each other off with commentary like, okay, well, if this means that, then that means this, and that does this, and This one is one hell. Like you have to, at the end of it, you even have to kind of give it a golf clap. You're just like, wow, that was insanely hard. The key thing is when you finally figure it out, and it still takes you almost a half hour to get it done.
Wow.
Just to sit down and figure it out, because not only were each part of the ward need to be like turned specifically and kind of rewritten, but then each layer had to be adjusted. So it was almost like a massive combination lock. So when that finally all kind of archaically started folding on itself and glowing a different hue, you can hear the door start to unlock itself. And by the time you've mastered it, you realize that that door would have shot a gout of fire to consume anybody standing in front of it.
Woof.
Wow.
So that would have been very bad.
She's gonna point it out. Be like, thank God.
Yeah. Good job. I'm glad I could help. Wow.
All right, so she's gonna be careful with opening it. She's gonna feel her necklace. Is it warming up at all?
No.
Okay, thank God. Okay.
But the door has made a click sound, and it's it moved just a touch as if like a lock had been released.
Okay, well, she's gonna continue opening it very carefully.
Okay.
I'm gonna get out from in front of the door to more of a side and have the gun ready to shoot things if I need to.
Okay. So the door slowly comes open. The room in here has been ransacked as well. It looks very similar to what was on the outside. However, it does clearly look like this was some sort of, maybe a lack of a better term, like a ready room. You can see that there were some shelves where perhaps some other pieces of equipment may have been kept. There's a dry erase board with like some writing, and it looks like some scribbled notes. You can very clearly see a rough drawn map of the city with the same points that you had been looking at. You can see a cauldron of very still water in the room, and again, there's also some chairs. There's a table that not flipped upside down, but definitely out of place. It's like off kilter and whatnot, and there's stuff everywhere in here. So this was very clearly like when they evacuated, they probably, whatever was important probably came from here.
So there's probably nothing left then. Okay.
You're completely unsure because again, there's paperwork, there's some overturned books. There's a bookcase that has been collapsed. Not as in like broken down, but like knocked over.
Okay.
I mean, it's a mess.
There must be something here. They wouldn't have just set up a incredibly hard to pick lock behind a door with nothing behind it.
They probably had another exit. Okay.
Watcher down the hall. Because he heard the door release and you guys pulling it open. He shouts to the back and he's like, I don't know much of what they were doing, but I heard that Tremere that was here, he had been talking to a servant about the summoning circle. Maybe you guys find something about that in there that might give us some sort of hint. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna look at the paperwork. I'm gonna look at the maps that they had in the writing. I'm also gonna take pictures of it, like on our phone.
Okay.
Why not? So I'm gonna look at the paperwork. I'm gonna look at the map. What were they pointing to? And I'm gonna look and see if there's any spells written down.
Sure.
I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what I'm looking for.
Who
Something
is
related
searching?
to the summoning.
I'm gonna look at anything other than the paperwork and the books. Well, if the books look older, I would look at the books, but I'm looking more towards like artifacts or things that might be in here.
Sure. Just to let you know, all the books in here look like they've been hand designed. These are not store-bought books with your commercialized binding and whatnot. These were all like individual tomes and stuff that they put together, or leather binding or whatnot. So not all of them look super old, but they all look hand designed. So if you were searching, then Anybody who is searching, give me a wits and investigations check. Or I don't think we have search, do we? No.
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 Okay. I'll search too. I'll see if I can maybe find that teleportation circle that the guy, or summoning circle that he.
Yeah, it's at the
Watcher
cauldron.
If Sylvie was here, she would kick over that stinking cauldron.
I have 2.
I got 2.
Oh, difficulty 6.
Yes, difficulty 6.
Okay, so
Okay.
I have 2.
Okay. What about Ariel?
I'm not searching in the room.
She's meditating.
Yeah.
You're still staying out then?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Okay, so as you guys start poking around the room and just searching in general, Missy, you end up pushing up the bookcase, which in fact, it looks like the bookcase was probably an old bookcase at one point in time, but 2 of the shelves on the inside of it were lined, look like they may have machined out parts of the wood for some sort of rack. So it almost kind of doubled up. And when you lifted it up, you see this really old-looking blunderbuss underneath it.
Blunderbuss.
Yes.
Gun.
Oh, okay.
Have you ever seen
Like
the
that.
very stereotypical, if you don't know what a blunderbuss is, have you ever seen the very stereotypical first Thanksgiving sort of thing where the pilgrims were out hunting a turkey and it's this really goofy-looking, like, rifle?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
it's
kind
like
of
a
like
musket, but with like the metal. It's like got like a phonograph, like kind of.
yeah, a little bit of a fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Like
not
a
quite as
tribal,
big, but that's basically what it is. Yeah, it's a really primitive-looking rifle.
When I see it, I'm just gonna look at it and hey, you guys, come over here real quick.
George, you end up spotting a regular pistol. So it's like a Smith & Wesson 9mm.
Okay. I'll take that.
Okay. And then Todd, you end up as you're again. You were looking for something a little bit different. So as you start rummaging through work or through just piles of crap that got knocked over, you end up finding 2 tomes.
Oh.
1 second. The first. The first is a book no larger than a paperback book and is bound in white leather with a gold clasp. On its cover is etching of a rose with a pentacle above it. And then the second one is a simple tan leather bound folio.
So when you say tome, we're looking at like Book of Spells here?
Hard to say.
I'm looking through this thing. Like,
Okay, which one?
I'm going to start with that Rose and Pentacle.
Okay. So the first thing you do is you open that up and you're like, this is in French. So you know enough to look at it and go, okay, it says Le Petit Liver.
My second language is French.
Is it?
Yes. It's on my sheet. Linguistics.
Cool. There you
That's
go.
so funny.
So you lucked
Learn
out.
Latin.
The name of the book is called The Little Book, and it was by Les Voyniers. Give me a wits and occult check.
I got 6.
Okay.
Wow.
It is. It doesn't have a lot in it, but you can tell that it does have some sort of magical path in it.
Okay. What about the tan and leather-bound one, the folio?
The folio is in English. That one. Oops, gotta get my notes pulled back up. That
Do you have
one.
that on your sheet, Todd?
That's my first language is French. English. Sorry. Second language is French.
Yeah. That is called the Tome of Malice.
Okay.
There is in the first book. When you go through it, it doesn't look like the magic is complete, but there's and you can tell that it's going to take some sort of conversion or figuring out, because you clearly do not access any sort of blood, as it indicates that is required to fuel the path that you're looking at. But the in the book, it's called the Path of Corruption.
Okay.
And it has a specific ritual written in the back. And this is the first book that you looked at. And it's called The Rebirth of Mortal Vanity. The second book, when you're skimming through it, appears to be more knowledge based. There are 2 rituals, or I should say 3 rituals in the back, but most of it is it reads as if somebody was clinically going through was clinically going through what it was like to be a vampire and deal with the beast, which is a new concept. You've never heard of something like that before, but basically that's as you're first kind of skimming through it, a lot of psychology in it. So that's kind of interesting. But there are 3 rituals in the back, which you don't fully understand and would clearly take some conversion to attempt to do. The first ritual is called Devil's Touch. The second one is called Binding the Beast. And the third one is called Heart of Stone.
Okay. I share this with everyone. I would be enthralled with these books. So I probably they'll probably notice me reading the books before I get a chance to share with them what I'd probably would just be engrossed in reading this book and just because it's all new. So.
Mm-hmm. And then Rachel, you end up finding a well, not so much a book. It's almost like a thicker pamphlet. Again, written on more. It's leather bound. Kind of simple, but the leather was at least ornate enough. Somebody put some work into the tooling of it. But all hand bound. The title on it is called Memoir of Lord Lewis Richard Holmes.
I'm sorry, memoir of what Holmes?
Lord Lewis Richard Holmes.
Okay.
When you open it up, the language is completely unintelligible.
How and what do you mean? Like, just can't read the writing?
Yeah. Well, no. I mean, you can tell it's written, but it doesn't appear to be any sort of actual written language.
Some kind of cipher.
Perhaps.
Okay.
So if you have more time, it could be something you could devote to research and research, and look at.
I mean, I have enigmas. Would that fall into that category of looking at it at a quick glance?
At a quick glance, not enough to read it, but to maybe know what you might need to do later on. Sure. So why don't you give a wits and enigmas check?
Okay. 2.
2. Okay. You've not seen this before, but you have heard about it. It is written in a specific arcane language, meaning you kind of have to attune yourself to it. And like what he said, like it's a cipher, so when you do those two, you can probably read it at that point, but it's only to that individual. It's written on a personal level. It's not impossible to do, but it's obviously to keep people who are just snooping, or looking over your shoulder to see what it is. Yeah, they can't just eavesdrop on you.
Well, probably worth reading. She'll put it in her whatever satchel she's carrying or something.
Sure.
And she's gonna keep looking. Again, I'm not sure what she's looking for. She's gonna search around the cauldron, around the circle that it was, look at the symbols and stuff,
Sure.
and just kind of keep looking.
Okay. So you guys have kind of ransacked the room for everything that's here. The only thing that's left is obviously that cauldron and the dry erase board that has, some scribbles, layout, and potentially some notes.
Can I take a photo of the dry erase board?
Absolutely. It does look like some of it got smudged in the chaos. So some of the notes appear to be incomplete.
Is it one of those ones you can flip on it's like double-sided?
Mhm.
Can I do that and look at the other side?
Yeah, there's a lot of unintelligible stuff on the other side.
Okay, I'll still take a picture.
It doesn't look like it's super important, but
They were writing in cursive.
yeah, there you go. Yeah.
What's cursive?
I know, right?
About that pistol I picked up. Can I check? Is it operable? Is it in decent condition?
Oh yeah, it's in working condition. It has a clip in the chamber. All right, it has a clip on it with one in the chamber. It was ready to roll.
Is it how many rounds is it?
It has 17 total.
17. Oh,
Nice.
okay. And there's no magical inscriptions on it.
Nope.
It's just a
Okay. It is just a pistol.
Okay, free pistol. Nice. Yeah, I'll turn to the group and I'll say, did we get what we were looking for?
That'll probably pull me out of my reading the book, and I'll be like, I've found some magic tomes here. It's going over rituals and a path of corruption.
When I hear him say this, her head's gonna go up like a freaking meerkat. Like, what? She's gonna make her way over to you. Do you mind if I look?
Well, this one's do you speak French?
No, I speak Latin though.
So we might get some gist on here. But this book is in English. So but the other one here, the one that's in English has rituals in there, and the other one, this one has the magical path that's being described.
Interesting. Okay. Do I feel like I could use this? I mean,
no,
rituals,
not at this point in time. No, just based upon what he's indicated. If this is something that the Tremere wrote, it's probably based upon their blood magics, so it would require
blood.
Yeah,
we don't want to use that.
Yeah, it would require some sort of translation to your type of magic, so it would take quite a bit of time to research.
This is interesting. Definitely hold on to it because this would be interesting to study later. But so far I'm not seeing anything else worth taking other than maybe whatever blueprints and plans they have. Oh, we need to look at the cauldron.
I was going to say, has anybody checked the cauldron out yet at all?
I was going to. But until you said something about the rituals.
Oh.
So, but she'll go back to the cauldron and look around and see if there was any symbols on the floor. What did anything come out of the cauldron?
Sure. Missy, give me a wits and occult check.
One success.
One success. Okay. So you're looking at this blunderbuss. It's clear that there's no balls or grape shot around to load the thing with. The one thing that you do note is you're just kind of like looking at it. Your first impulse is like, okay, I've got a club, yay! I can beat somebody with it. But when you look right around the flintlock that you pull back, you can see somebody has carefully inscribed runes on it.
Would I be familiar with those runes?
No, but your best guess is that this is probably enchanted of some kind. It probably has some sort of enchantment. It doesn't make any sense why you'd keep an unloaded blunderbuss in a room like this.
Right. I'm just gonna speak up to the group. Hey, anyone current on their rune translation?
I mean, whoever wants to look at it.
I don't know much about runes, but I know a bit about guns. Could I take a look at or at least with a foreign firearms? Would I know anything about a blunderbuss?
Yeah.
Is it okay?
Not only can you shoot, but you can strip it down. You can check it out. I mean, it's the science of firearms. It's not just being able to shoot.
Okay. If possible, I'd like to, I don't know, just give the weapon a once over to sense its condition. I'm sure that won't tell me what the runes do, but I don't know if it feels like the gun is loaded or something.
Sure. Why don't you give me a wits and firearms check?
Okay. Okay. Oh, and my tents explode because I have a 4 in firearms. Okay, that is 4 successes.
4 successes. Okay. So you go over it like an expert would with your weapons, with your firearms. You're like, okay, well, I clearly wouldn't do this. It's not like that. You look it over and you pull the flintlock back. And you're like, okay, well, it's got its match, and you put it back down and you look at the barrel, and I mean, you're not supposed to look down barrels or whatnot, but it's this type of weapon you can tip it upside down. And clearly, nothing's falling out of it. It's unloaded. But one of the things that you pick up on is, well, the first thing you pick up on, there's no black powder residue, which is very unusual. It does have an internal charring, though, to it, as if it has been used, and then you pick up the faint smell of ionization.
Okay. So it's there's no gunpowder residue, but it looks like it's been fired. So based on that, would I be able to surmise that this rune is meant to relieve this gun of needing gunpowder to fire?
That would be a good guess.
Okay.
I mean, you have a gun that doesn't need to be reloaded.
Yeah, that's true. And I'm assuming there's there's probably no way for me to test this thing without actually just firing it.
You could look at the other gun and see if that has similar runes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the grease gun?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can unsling that and put them on the table and kind of take a look at both of them.
Okay. Yeah,
Well,
when you compare the two, the runes are not the same, obviously. The look on it, but yeah, the grease gun does have a layout similar to the fact that it's got some sort of etching on it, which means it was probably imbued with some sort of magic that keeps it in good working order, and then does not, it prevents it from being expended of all rounds. So the runes that you see on here, probably similar.
Okay. So I'll say, well, I can't say for sure until we fire the thing, but it looks. My best guess would be that this blunderbuss would need you to constantly, at least between shots, pack it with gunpowder. It looks like it's been fired and it's still working, but that's my best guess as to what it does. It seems to be in good condition, though.
Well, the scent of ionization is not something you would pick up from a regular weapon.
Oh, is it like rust?
No.
No.
Ionization's like electricity in the air.
Smells like lightning.
Yeah, I was thinking of a lightning kind of gun.
Okay, so maybe it doesn't. Maybe it actually doesn't shoot like anything. Maybe it shoots lightning. Huh.
I got a 2 in firearms. So I mean, I'm like, I know a little bit about guns. Can I take a look at it?
Are you asking me or are you asking Jerome?
I'm asking you because you're holding it.
Oh no, yeah, I'll hand it out to you.
All right, so I'm looking it over. I mean, again, I'm that's what Brittany had said. I was thinking the same thing, that ionization means like lightning. So I mean, and because I work with weather, I might know something a little bit more about that. So what would I roll, Jerome?
I mean, the guesses that you have on the table right now are all, I mean, you would assume are the same. It's an accurate assessment without actually testing it.
Okay.
So it may have some sort of electrical discharge.
So I'm like, well, you've got the infinite ammo thing there. You does anybody else know how to fire a gun?
I can fire a gun.
Yeah, I think Luna found it. I think she should get first crack at it.
If you know how to fire a gun, then yeah, absolutely, it goes back to you.
Yeah, I'd probably like to test this outdoors at some point, but I'll be happy to hang on to it.
All right.
Okay. Perhaps we can test it as we're leaving this place. Just fire one shot into their home before we close the door, just to see what it does.
Mel, when you picked up that Smith & Wesson, were you hiding that, or is that something that you, like, would we have seen you pick that up?
I don't like Mel's not trying to be sneaky, but now that he's seen that the blunderbuss has like some sort of magic thing on it, I think you would be like, pull it out and like give it another look. Does it look fancy at all? Or does it look like
fancy in the sense that it's a blunderbuss?
No.
I meant the Smith & Wesson, the pistol.
No. It's just well kept.
Okay, yeah. I did find this. It's in good condition, but nothing magical. Unless, can I pull out one of the rounds out of the clip and take a look at it?
Okay, yeah. It's standard 9mm.
Yeah, they don't have any runes on them.
Nope.
All right. So this is an Outlaw Star. Okay.
Yep. Nope. Nothing like that. But in fact, you can tell that the rounds are brass casing, which is preferred if you don't know anything about firearms. You can do steel casing, but they tend to jam more.
Okay. Yeah.
You may want to give that to Watcher, because he was asking for a piece earlier.
Mm-hmm. That sounds fair. And we yeah. Oh, sorry, stuff's knocking over. Yeah, that sounds fair.
All right. Well, Rachel was investigating the cauldron. Did she find anything?
So, Rachel, give me a wits and occult check as you investigate the cauldron. Bum, bum, bum.
Nope, that's 2.
Okay. You're not 100% certain, but based on some information that you recall that the Watcher was saying about how they knew about what was going on in the city, you're pretty sure this cauldron was used for scrying.
Oh. Okay.
Which would absolutely make sense.
I suspect it's probably not active, but she's going to kind of look in it.
Okay. It's a very still, very clear water. Which you would know that if you were going to do that, that's really what you want. You want a pure, clean water to do that with.
Yeah, and I can't scry, so I don't know how they're doing it. So
Someone should spit in that.
Can we knock it over?
Can I go pee in it?
Well, Rachel, why don't you give me a wits and occult check again? This time, difficulty 9.
jeez. All right.
Todd, did you say pee in it?
I'm old. I gotta go.
I got 2.
2.
I don't have 4 in any of those. Otherwise, I'd re-roll
Yep.
2 of those.
Okay. You are pretty certain, although you are uncertain of what the outcome will be. You, with this, because this is a standard ritual, you may be able to recreate it on the fly.
Like right now?
Like right now.
What should I be scrying for then?
Where
Is
they
it,
at?
or is it like you dial the last number that it, like there's a thing where you
Yeah.
Fine.
Funny.
He's like, can I star 69 the water, man?
That's what it was, star 69.
I mean, sure, I'll give it a go. What am I looking? I have to. If I know, do I understand basically how scrying works? Is basically spying on things or people.
Yes.
So who am I looking for? What can I look for?
I think you need to look for Juliet Washington. See what
Look
she's
for.
up to.
You said Juliet Washington. Yeah,
Yeah.
the black butterfly.
Well, keep in mind that you know that there was a group that was already trying to take care of her.
Oh, that's right.
The objective
then-
you guys had was to try and find a way to defeat the wards to prevent this this demon Daglathal from coming through.
Should we maybe try to scribe for Daglathal?
Do you think he's already summoned?
Everybody who's paying attention to the room right now, which Brittany you can, unless you're just kind of still camping out in the out by the door where Watcher is at. If you, anybody in the room, give me a. Let's see. We're gonna go perception and intuition if you have it.
No.
Oh, but I mean, yeah, nobody has intuition.
I do.
It's on the sheet, but
Have you guys been making noise or anything? Like, would you have caught my interest?
I mean, they're clearly talking about stuff they
Trying
found.
to make noise, but
All right, then I guess I'll get up and go see what you guys are doing
Okay.
there.
I mean,
Okay.
roll 2. I got 2 8s.
Okay.
what was the difficulty again?
Difficulty 9.
9?
Perception
Oh,
and
well,
Well, then
intuition.
never mind.
No,
Oh,
sorry, I
no.
have nothing then.
Here.
Okay.
Yeah, like two 2s and a 7.
We're
So
having
total of
6.
like a total of about 9.
Let's go 8 and 5.
So nobody.
Difficulty 9, no,
Okay.
almost.
Yep.
Stinking ones.
Oh,
Nope.
So we don't know what we're supposed to in tune.
it was just just checking was all.
All right.
But
Um.
Ariel comes walking back in to see what's going on, and you guys are all in the room of clutter with stuff.
So she's gonna voice out, guys. I think I can recreate the ritual they were doing. I think they were scrying.
Do you think that's
It's-
wise?
I mean, it's a pretty basic ritual, to be honest. Anybody can really do it if they have the training for it. It's not just restricted to these bloodsuckers. So,
Do you want
but
to
the thing is that scrying works in that we try, if we're trying to find an individual or place or location. So if I do this, I can do it kind of quickly. But I need to know what we're gonna look for, because this could
it's-
help us.
It's not like the ritual's not like pre-set up to call us or to spy on a specific person.
No, I think the way that it works is you kind of think about what you're looking for, and it's
What
kind of like
about
it searches automatically.
who has the map?
That's a great question. There's a couple copies of that floating around now on your phones from the pictures that you took of the dry erase board, as well as the one map that you guys were given.
Why don't we take a look at whatever is the center point of the pentagram?
Is that the summoning circle? Because I think we need to check that too.
Or we could check any of the points.
Well, we were
Just
looking
keep in
for where the
mind-
summoning circle was going to be, right? We didn't know where that was.
No, you guys know where it's at. You've got
Oh.
all the points to it.
Yeah, we were sent to disrupt the points to hopefully stop the
We
summoning.
we know their location, but we don't know like where. I mean, they're like coordinates. We
Yeah.
know, but like we don't know about a building. Or,
Exactly. You don't necessarily know what's
Okay.
there, what to expect.
Right.
So then I can use this to maybe look at those points that we're going to be going to figure out what's there.
You absolutely could. That would be that's specific
Okay.
enough.
Okay. So then she's going to some of the pages of the paper that are on the floor, she's going to pick one up and basically tell someone to write down what she's going to relay out.
Well, we'll say
someone
somebody
who might be a good drawer.
Yeah, we'll say somebody has a pen and paper. Whoever wants to do that, that's fine.
Someone who's crafty and can understand descriptions.
She's crafty. She gets around.
I have a backpack with a journal, like notebooks and stuff. So yeah, I'll pull out a bunch of pencils or pens.
All right, Mel's on writing detail this time.
Cool.
Watcher from the door shouts
What?
that. Watcher from the door shouts out because he's still a little ways away. He says they knew something about the summoning circle. Is there any notes? Is there anything in there we can use?
You know what? I'm gonna go relieve him at the door so he doesn't have to yell.
Yeah, you know what? Oh no, never mind. I agreed to. I was gonna go with you, but I was like, no wait, I agreed to write stuff down.
I was looking around the summoning circle. That's what I was kind of searching for, his notes and stuff based on what he had said. So
I'm gonna run back to the door and tell him to go in the room and see if he can see anything.
Look himself.
Oh, he's like, wait, the non-magic guy? Okay, I'll give it a shot.
Watch out for the symbols on the floor. Don't step on them.
Oh, and he was about ready to step on. He's like, good call. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And just kind of like, does a hop over it real quick, and then he finishes walking into the room. And he's like looking around. He's like, wow, this is a mess.
Mm-hmm.
What's up with that whiteboard?
Don't know. I'm busy trying to scry.
It was like that when we came in.
What is up with that whiteboard? Do you recognize anything?
So he spins it around the other side, and he sees, the points, kind of like what you guys have on your map. More roughly drawn, obviously, because it was done with a dry erase marker and not an actual map like you guys have. And he's like looking at the scribble notes that are around it, and he's like, "This is Latin."
Thought I spoke Latin.
Well,
I
you
was
guys,
looking
you
at the
guys only
board.
took a picture of the board and just kind of left it at that.
Oh.
So I mean, he looks at it and he's like, "Okay, okay, it says here that their guess was," and he's actively kind of going through the dry erase, which is weird. Somebody's using dry erase to write Latin. That's a time out of time sort of instance. But he's like looking at it. Yeah. So he's looking at it and he says, their note suggests feedback. Does that mean anything to you guys?
Feedback.
Like a resonating feedback kind of thing?
Yeah, it has something to do with the circle. I mean, I don't know anything about magic. That's all your guys' thing, but is that possible?
What does that mean? I don't know what that means out of character even.
So any one of our wizardry types want to give a wits and occult check, difficulty 7?
Yeah.
Okay.
Got 2.
I have 3.
Okay.
I'm 1.
I got 1. Would have had 2, but
Okay.
I got a 1.
So, Brittany and Todd. Yeah, maybe. If the ward was rewritten in such a way that it wasn't meant to draw in, but in essence reverse.
So instead of summoning circle, it's like almost like a teleportation kind of thing?
Almost
like,
an expulsion. Yeah.
so can it be used for both then?
There isn't an answer on the board, but it's
Or maybe
clearly
they're researching it. Okay.
clearly a question that they were exploring.
So
is
I'm
it possible?
going to share my thoughts with Brittany since I'm just like, I don't know.
I'm outside the room.
Oh, you got
Sorry.
3. So maybe I'm just being loud, and that's why
Sure.
you got 3.
So maybe it's not a summoning circle and it's like a banishing circle? If it's expulsion?
Could you convert it?
That
Is there something about a target? What were they trying to expel? Everyone non-Tremere?
Good question. Some of those notes are completely like botched, or I don't know, somebody ran by it or something. But there's also a suggestion here, some comment about gem.
And the holograms?
He says,
What's that?
no. It's actually a G, not a J. He says, but good cartoon.
Is there an important gem that that regulates the magic or regulates the region that they would like to get out of off of Earth?
That's a good question. Again, I'm not a magician, but I know from just mythology that stones play a big role in, and gems play a big role in magic historically.
Would we know if there is a powerful, like, magical gem that might be important to Portland's continued non-demonic state that they might be trying to jettison into space or destroy?
Not offhand, but again, that is something that you could quite possibly scry for.
Does it look like it was like the word was smeared, or is that the whole word?
Hard to say.
So maybe like a name that started with gem?
Possibly. The G is capitalized.
Like Gemma?
Gemberly.
I think out of character, isn't Gemma dead?
Oh, maybe out of character. They trying to bring
I feel like
Gemma back.
Jerome's smirking a little bit. Like he might be right. This might
Are
be
they
Gemma.
Are they trying to bring Gemma back from her dead state?
That's certainly not going to happen.
Oh.
Out of character, I think Gemma died in the attack on the
Explosion, right?
yeah, the ATF thing.
Yeah, she
Like, she
vaporized.
wasn't in the explosion, but she was in town. I think she was with the Revolutionary Whispers or something.
Mm-hmm.
Unless she wasn't.
Oh, I'm gonna.
Maybe
all
but
kinds of information none of these characters would have access to.
I know, right?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, none of us actually know her.
I was even gonna suggest that Rachel could scry for Gemma, but she doesn't know who Gemma is.
Yeah,
Nope,
I really
no one
don't,
does.
so I wouldn't
Yep.
be able to find
I'm
her.
gonna scry for somebody named Gemma.
Yeah, that can come up with a million.
Actually, Jerome, I have a question. Like,
Sure.
do we have service on our phones? I mean, I know we could take pictures, but like, do our phones give a location for like where the heck we are?
Nope.
No. Okay. Because I was thinking, oh, I'll text one of our handlers. Do you know? Does the name Gemma mean anything to you? But if we don't have service, and I can't tell, like, oh, we're in. It doesn't say like where we are.
No.
We're in like a dead spot.
Yeah, it's just dead
Google
spot.
Maps,
Just
not there.
says yeah. It says
Okay.
no network connection.
Okay. I'm gonna give Watcher the Smith and Wesson.
Oh, so he's like, oh Christ, thank you.
Yeah.
And he just like pockets that. He's like, okay, I feel a little bit better now.
Yeah.
But okay, so along, and he curses out loud. He's like kind of pissed. He's like, fuck, I wish Colin was here for this. He would know something. But what can you reverse this? What I mean, is that how wards work?
Can I look at it before I do the scrying? Because I don't know what I'm supposed to scry for yet.
Sure. Why don't you you're looking at the like the hastily scribbled notes and map?
Yeah.
Sure.
Because I mean, I've got counter magic and stuff, so I would
Yep,
guess
yep.
I would understand wards and stuff.
You understand it enough in the sense like what you've been doing is kind of try to read and decipher. You don't know how to set them up.
Okay. So occult and wits, intelligence.
Yes, occult and wits. Difficulty 8.
Jeez.
Side note, do we know that Colin is in town in the other group handling the... Okay.
4. Okay.
I got 4.
So when you
Yes.
look at it, and you look at a part of the notes that look like it doesn't look like it was specifically wiped away. It might have been like somebody's clothing brushed up against it a couple times or something. So it's kind of streaky. You see that there was a circle around one of the points. Or perhaps there was. Again, some of it's been, hastily brushed up against. And then based on the notes, it's almost as if they were clearly looking into something here, and whatever it is had to do with this one specific point, which is the, when you look at the city, it would be the, if you're looking at the map, the southern point, it would actually be the point that goes east.
Eastern point. Okay.
They found something interesting there, and the notes in Latin, you can read enough of it to know that they were interested in it, but you don't know why exactly.
Okay. If there's a whiteboard marker there that's a different color, she's going to like lightly sort of outline, basically to fill in the spots with the other color of what she believes it is. Like the circle around it.
That's going to be tough, but okay. So why don't you give me... so you're trying to do it dexterously, so that...
Do it very delicately, too, just so I don't mess anything what's currently there.
Give me a dex and occult check.
Okay. That works. Difficulty 6, 7...
No, it's 9, because you're trying to recreate something you aren't completely sure about.
All right.
All these 9s.
I know, right? I got 2. I wish I had a 4 in occult.
Number 9.
Okay.
Number 9.
You do your best. Again, it still doesn't make complete sense, but it looks like they were interested, from what you recreate, they were clearly interested in the ward on the eastern tip. So if you're putting all this together, it looks like maybe they thought that there was some sort of way to really screw this up at that point. Now, whatever the end result would be, no idea. There's clearly no end result. It's more questions than anything, but it looks like that's what they were exploring when everything, when they basically ran.
When shit hit the fan.
Yeah.
Okay. So she's going to step back after she kind of looks at everything and looks to Watcher and kind of looks at him to kind of look at it as well, because she feels like he might understand it. Her thought process on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's like, okay, again, I don't completely get it, but they were interested in the eastern tip.
So maybe I should start there with the scrying.
Okay. I mean, that
Okay.
gives us a direction at least, right?
Yeah, and we probably need to get going soon. I'm gonna need to meditate a little bit to gain some of my energy back after this too.
Okay.
Okay, so what am I rolling then? For the scrying.
All right. So, you know it's going to be terribly difficult to do so. You may wish to meditate first.
Okay, she will.
Okay.
Just to give her that extra chance.
Just as an
so she's gonna
FYI, since you guys are, if you take time to meditate on a ley line or nexus, you can replenish your mana faster. So if you have expended mana already, this may be an opportunity for you to replenish that real quickly before you head back out.
How long does meditation take?
If you give it 30 minutes, you can try and recover something.
Okay, because
short rest.
I'm down 3 willpower.
Exactly,
so
it is a short rest.
Yeah. So she'll bring up. She's like, okay, before I do this scrying, I want to have the best chance possible. So before we do this, I need to take a moment or a few to really just focus and just replenish that. And if any of you feel a little weakened from being down here after a while, I would recommend that you do the same. Basically, do a short rest.
Okay, I'm gonna go wait at the door by the lady who saved my ass. So that's really all I can do is kind of cover.
That's what. That's fine. That helps. But I feel like I need the best chance possible if we're going to do this right. So she will promptly sit down in one of the chairs and start meditating.
Okay, give me a stamina and meditation check as you relax your body.
Does that also help with willpower?
Yes, it does.
I'm going to do the same thing.
Yeah, I'd like to meditate as well.
I
at
was
least
one, so
for the willpower.
take over.
I'll
Guard.
join the cool kids and meditate too.
We're all just gonna have a group meditation.
Nice. Okay.
Pretty much.
Oh.
I got one.
Yeah, I'll pull up YouTube, play some
6.
some waves.
Difficulty 6, yes. If you scored at least one success, you get 1 willpower back, and you get all expended mana back.
Yes. Okay, cool.
Only 1 willpower.
Only 1 willpower, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, cool. So, am I going to get the blessing again or no? Can he do it again?
It's up to him.
I can, but I'll just be spending the willpower I just got back. Sure, I'll do it.
Oh, well, you don't have to.
No, it's fine. This character will be dead by the end of the night.
Oh.
Oh,
Wow.
No.
I'm calling it. Mel's gonna die.
No.
No, but I'll give you the blessing.
We want these for later, just in case.
It'll
True.
be
Keep them in your back pocket.
it'll be Mel's younger brother.
Arizona.
Okay. So then if I spend the mana, that'll reduce it by what's the difficulty before the drops?
To wing this ritual, it's going to cost you.
9?
It's a difficulty 9. Would have been a 10,
Okay.
but you're semi familiar with how they do things.
So then if I spend the mana, that would bring it to an 8, and if he blesses me, that brings it to a 7.
Brings it to a 7, yes.
All right. And I can't get help with this, right?
No, at this point it's only her. Because
Also,
she's the only one that has rudimentary knowledge of how they actually conduct their rite.
Yeah.
I think
So
it's super funny that this is a completely different character, and Rachel's
I know.
still.
I'm trying. No. Guess it's meant to be.
I try to get out, and they keep pulling me back in.
I know.
isn't it?
The difficulty is 7. Okay. 3, and there is a 10 in there.
Okay.
3.
Okay. So you do your best to recreate this ritual, and within an instant, you're not there. Your eyes are viewing a location almost as if you were watching something on a television, but clearly there's no television. It's all within your mind's eye. It's very, very
Unnerving.
Unnerving. You are looking at what appears to be some sort of service point, probably for some sort of city utility. So it has a solid brick wall with some barbed wire around it. There are a couple of power transformers on the inside of here, and then there is a small building complete with a very solid metal door. There is a fence that has been pulled together and locked, and it actually has what appears to be, it's one of those like gates that you have to throw open to bring in vehicles. And it has a very thick chain and lock around it.
Okay.
Take off a point of health.
Oh. Ow. Okay. Sucks.
So
because it's
you
blood
see,
magic.
you
Ugh.
see that she is like, she clearly is not looking at you. She's not in tune with what's around. It's like one of those when somebody's staring off into space. She has that sort of look. But as soon as that happens, you see blood start to trickle from her nose.
Do we
Um,
stop this? Do we keep
no.
going?
Yeah, you can't see them, but you can hear them. You can hear whatever they're conversing about
I'm gonna
around
say
you.
no. He should be taking notes.
Okay.
She's gonna describe what she's seeing. She's just gonna wipe the blood on her sleeve.
Okay.
And knowing now that she's kind of getting hurt doing this, I'm gonna try to speed up the search. Basically, am I able to go into the area a little bit more?
Yes. Again, it's not you're nowhere near as proficient as Damaris would be, so it's almost like floating around in a dream. So when you're in a dream and you're like, I want to go over there, but you're just kind of instinctively moving in a wrong direction, so you just start thinking about, oh no, I want to go, and it's almost like willing your legs to go in a direction that you're not going. So it's a little discerning the way that works. But it starts to adjust, and you slide over to pass through the, literally almost as if you were physically passing through the wall to the small building there. There are some machines in here. Looks like it's probably for the maintenance of the power transformers that are here. In the room, you see that there is blood all over the walls and the machinery. Runes of some kind. Take another point of damage.
Jeez. Do I recognize the runes, or can I read the runes?
You don't recognize the runes offhand, but you know that this is probably what you're looking for. And you also see that there's a form of somebody apparently chained up and in the corner.
Can I see who they are?
Not readily, no. You would have to make another focused attempt to try and get a closer view, because again, you're kind of drifting through the room as it is.
So she's gonna ask them, like, guys, there's somebody that's locked up in there. There's blood everywhere. There's runes everywhere.
Like a sacrifice?
I'm starting to get woozy here, guys. Stuff is kind of hurting a little bit. What did she say? I'm sorry, what did you say?
Like a sacrifice?
Could be. This seems to be a blood ritual, so I'm guessing yes.
You don't see the Tremere there, do you?
Do I see any of who I mean, I can't really tell. Do I see anybody else besides him?
Well, you see a form. You can't tell the shape per se. The clothing is very loose, but the form is slight, so not terribly big. As you drift out of the building, again, it's very difficult to control your directional viewing and whatnot. You do see, as you drift past it, you see that there are 2 other cars here. And there are people outside. Looks like they're just talking about something random, but all of them have some sort of almost an orange glow about their eyes, very, very faint.
Do I see any symbols on their persons, like the bee or whatever?
Give me another check. So at this point, you're looking. We'll go intelligence and occult and take another point of damage.
Yes, okay.
Dang.
Intelligence and occult. Hey, I can reroll 10s now.
Difficulty 6.
And that's a whole lot of nope. 1.
Okay. Hard to say. There is definitely something off about them. Because the way they're communicating, it's not like how normal people would just idle bullshit and chit chat.
Okay. I don't know what that kind of aura means. The orange glow.
No, yeah, it's something new, but there's definitely something about them. You don't know if it's taint. You don't even know if it's vampire related. It is something new.
Okay. So she's gonna basically just zoom out and just pretty much just stop the ritual at that point because she knows she's about to take another point of damage.
Mm-hmm.
And she like visibly like coughs up, and you can tell like there's blood coming out of her mouth.
There's actually a little trickle coming out of one of her ears too.
Yeah, just kind of wipes it away.
Are you okay?
Oh.
Do you need help?
That was pretty intense. It's a blood ritual, so it takes its toll, and she kind of wipes away. Yeah, I could. If we get into a fight, this could definitely hurt me later.
I'm gonna try and heal her.
Okay.
A little bit.
Why don't you go ahead and roll? So you described everything that you were seeing.
Yeah.
So okay, Missy, why don't you give me a wits and guru check?
Guru?
Yep.
Oh wow.
Difficulty 7.
6 successes.
Awesome.
Wow.
Nice. So, at one point, you felt like hell warmed over, and she just kind of puts her fingers to your temples, and just there's a warm kind of glow about her. She just has a very nice. You have no clue who she was before this, but you know what? You're feeling pretty good about this whole situation, and next thing you know, you're like, I don't hurt.
I don't hurt.
Nice.
I know.
She kind of wipes away the blood, make sure nothing's more coming out. Oh, very nice.
So
thank you.
So Missy, you got a 2.
Yeah, I got 2.
That's the ancient enemy. You know exactly what that is. You and your whole kind have been called to cleanse the earth of that corruption.
Oh no.
That is not good news.
So is this where we're going? Does it look like something that we need to take care of?
It definitely looks active, and it seems like it's definitely a point of interest.
How many people did you say were outside?
There are 2 cars. They all have this sort of orange glow about them, which I thought was really weird.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
How many would I estimate are there?
You saw 4.
I know that there's at least 4, but there's also somebody inside, and somebody also chained up.
Okay, well, 4's not bad. We could definitely take care of 4.
I think at least 4.
There's 4 now. There could be more or less when we get there, but we can do reconnaissance, I'm sure.
And if he's chained up, are we looking at somebody like Watcher here that they were doing experiments on, or?
God, I hope not.
Would I know that because I have infernal lore.
Mm-hmm.
So based on, I mean, it's only 1 dot, but I mean, it's something. The Tremere, that what they were doing here, was it clearly in an effort to stop whatever summoning was going to happen? So almost like they were like, your enemy is my enemy kind of deal.
Yeah, that would be a good guess. You know enough to know that they don't travel in those same circles. So what, if they came into town and basically shit on everything, it would include the Tremere. So, and there's no way they would stand up for that.
So why did they leave, though?
Yeah, I'm
in a
still not
hurry?
clear on why they left. Were they?
Before everybody starts getting into theories and stuff, I'm gonna advise them of what I saw, and that I'm pretty sure it's the worm.
The worm? What worm? There's a worm? Did you see a worm?
No. Would I know what she's talking about? The worm, not in the traditional sense. I'm like,
God, no.
worm? What are you talking about?
I thought we were going after a butterfly or a hornet,
The Order of the Golden Fly.
golden fly.
Well, we're going after a crazy lady and her group, but yes. Yeah.
That might be part of her.
Now there's a worm? Why are they all called bugs?
So
Technically, a worm is not an insect.
So Watcher says, okay, hang on a second. Spell out worm.
Are you one of those like text message people that like get really upset over spellings because this is different? It's WYRM.
No, that's why I wanted the specificity. Oh shit. Yeah, that's not good at all.
What does that mean? Can you enlighten us to the
I know
to the shit
I
meter?
know very little about it, but it's a okay. High level overview. You guys are familiar with ghosts, right? Like, at least in the traditional sense, spooky people haunting a location, boo, throw stuff around like the movie Poltergeist, so on and so forth, right?
Yeah.
I bring this up because it's important. Some people call them spirits, all right? It's better to probably call them ghosts. They're not actually quote unquote spirits. Spirits in the sense, at least I think the way all of you mean it, they are animal spirits, or they're spirits of an essence. So, like the spirit of wolf, and he points at you like totem spirits, right? Like so, like an essence of rock, and so on and so forth. I know I'm being kind of vague with that. I'm not super familiar with it. The quote unquote worm is like that, but it is a spirit of corruption. And it takes on many forms.
So does that mean it's inhabiting these bodies then?
I think so, yes.
Do we need special tools to get rid of them?
And he looks to Luna, and he's like, you know more about it than I do you?
Out of character, I have no idea.
That's a great question. No, and that's very fair. Remember, your character has been sidelined for the vast majority of it. So it's like, it would be literally like you knowing your job, but not actually having had the practical application of it. So now you're having to pull it from your brain and go, oh shit, I remember talking about this. How did this all fall together? So go ahead and give another roll, intelligence and guru lore. Difficulty 6.
Difficulty 6?
Mm-hmm.
2.
Okay.
2.
You do know that if an area has been corrupted, it does need to be cleansed. There is something that needs to happen with that. Now, the beings themselves could probably just be flat out killed. But if the area is corrupted, that's where the problem gets really, it gets more difficult to deal with.
Would I be familiar with how to cleanse or who to contact?
You would know who to contact, but you would also know that you would be in heap big trouble for even being remotely close to something like this. You still with us, Todd?
I am.
It's okay.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's been a long day for everybody.
Yeah.
I will explain this to the group, and if it gets too deep, I have somebody we can contact, but it's not an easy thing, particularly for me. But
What are we?
the individuals can probably be killed, but the area itself is going to need some sort of like deep scrub.
So like a cleansing.
I don't know anything about this in character. I'm like, I don't know how I can help.
Sure. You're also academic, though. Would you like to take a stab?
Like what? Like intelligence in a cult, or?
Yeah. Everything here is on your guys' level. You guys are speaking your own relative language, so a lot of stuff right now is going to be intelligence or wits in a cult.
Can I roll the same since
Sure.
I'm thinking on the cleanse level of, okay, well, what do we need? What kind of cleansing do we need?
Sure.
For something like this.
Yeah, what's the difficulty then?
Difficulty 7.
7.
I'd like to roll.
4, 6,
Just one.
Okay.
So if you roll a 10 and then roll it again, it's a 10. You roll it again.
Yes.
Okay. So
it keeps going until it doesn't hit 10.
Okay. So I have 6 successes then.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay, so
I have a 9 die pull on intelligence in a cult, so
okay.
It's like
so Todd, like the first thing any logical person would do, it's like, because you basically said the first question, it's like I don't know jack about cleansing or what all that means, so you try to put it in terms that you might be able to do. It's like, okay, well, if I can't direct a wire from here to there, how would I do that? And the first thought that popped in your head was like, can I counter magic it?
Oh, I could do that. Oh, sorry.
Well, I say that out loud. I'm like, can this be counter magicked?
Can it?
Not the worst idea I ever heard.
Yeah, that falls under a strong maybe. Because remember, counter magic is basically a negation.
Right.
Well, should we have this discussion en route?
Yeah, I think we've got a location. We should probably check this out before things get even more worse with what's going on.
Because it sounds like something that we ought to at least interrupt.
My first time looking through here, I didn't look at notes at all. I was just looking for unique things. I'm going to say, did anybody look at the notes when you were doing the searching?
Yeah, I mean, I found a memoir that I'll have to kind of decipher later, but I was mainly looking at the cauldron. I was looking at notes, but never really looked at them.
Yeah, the paperwork is all like a jumbled mess. There's nothing that you can really put together that would seem of any value. What you guys have picked out so far is really what was left.
Okay.
Important stuff got taken.
Oh yeah, no. And you feel comfortable. I mean, just even in your own mind, you would feel comfortable with that because they ransacked the place before they left. So anything that got left here is probably broken, and it would take way too long to even figure out. What you have is probably the best of what was left.
Okay.
Let's get back on target.
And Mel, I like your idea of shooting that blunderbuss back in here to see what would happen.
I don't think we should do that in here. You might trigger some other ward we can't see.
Well, I'm saying on the way out the door, the last door that we're about to walk out, shoot back in.
He'll look at you like you're crazy. Like, no.
Where else are we going to have clearance to fire a lightning gun?
Well, not in the building we're trying to leave.
Yeah, Watcher kind of shrugs. He's like, hey, I'm not a magic guy.
Are there any like unoccupied vehicles in the parking lot?
Yeah.
Besides our own?
I mean, this is assuming you guys are leaving. You'll have to go double check again, but remember, there was an abandoned building too.
Are we looking for a place to stow Watcher, or are we just
looking for a place to shoot the gun?
Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Watcher, when did you notice when the Tremere left? Was there like a ruckus?
Yeah.
Did you notice anything that caused it?
I
What
was
they
in
were
the
reacting to?
torture room. They
It,
just
like,
they
did
just
you
shut the door and left me.
So you don't know anything they were responding to?
No, I'm sorry. I don't. I just know whatever it was apparently super important. There was a brief moment where Demius, that was the guy who was torturing me, like slammed the door and there was like some yelling or something, and then it's been quiet ever since.
Do you think it was? Did it sound like a battle was occurring? Like they were fighting somebody?
No.
Or was it
It,
like,
yeah,
Were
it
they-
definitely wasn't a battle. Somebody was panicked and was trying to get out.
okay.
I still don't know why they would have left in such a hurry. What were they so afraid of?
TTY and TTG and DD Mao. I mean, that's they're like, they
Perhaps
might have got some information here.
or perhaps they were en route to try and stop whatever our targets, the golden fly people, are doing.
Oh, I don't think that they were trying to do that at all.
Oh no!
Oh,
well.
no. They were in self-preservation mode. That much I can confirm. I don't. So if anything,
They were just getting the fuck out.
Yeah, I think that they were just getting out of town, and based on what you guys mentioned about these wards, they were probably hoping they could come back at some point.
Out of character, we don't know that the Sabbat is the group that just moved in, right?
No.
Just know that there's other vampires.
Yes. You know that they're of another group of vampires, politically speaking.
Okay, well that's enough to go on. Do you think maybe they were afraid of their new neighbors coming in?
Oh God, yes. I mean, if anything, absolutely.
Like enough to leave?
Near the spot.
If they thought that they got found, I mean, I don't know, but if they thought they got found, they would probably be eaten. They are not liked by that other group. That much I can confirm.
Well, I don't think they're really liked by anyone, frankly.
Fair enough. I got the scars to prove it.
They're vampires. They're all terrible.
In all honesty, maybe they just fucked around too much and found stuff out and are waiting for someone or a group of someone's like us to clean up their mess.
Maybe they saw the Sabbat going to the location we're at and they're just like, nope.
I think unless we run into them, I don't think we really need to care what their plans are. Would it be possible for us to
I'm with him on
leave
that.
this place? Would it be possible for us to leave this place in a worse state than we found it? If they're expected to come back.
You really want to shoot that gun. You're going to trigger a lot of wards, but let me be out of the building before you do that.
Should we do it from the door?
Yeah, that's what we said. The last door, we're in the parking lot, wherever it is. Hold the door open and shoot back in.
You mean that, like the maze that it to get in this place? Oh yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Oh, that's what you're wanting to do.
Yeah, I want to be in our world and our neighborhood, and then shoot back in this door.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's get out of here.
Yeah, you're trying to mess up whatever.
Yeah.
Hocus pocus they have get it in here. That's not bad.
Fine with that.
Yeah, not leave them a place to come back to.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to. I'm sorry. I don't want to shoot the gun in here while we're in here. No, I'm sorry. That's not.
Yeah, I mean, obviously.
That's why you looked at me like I was crazy earlier. No, that's not a good idea.
Okay.
You don't take a live bomb down the rabbit hole. You don't do that. So
to recap, then everybody exits and you guys go back into that bookstore, leave the door open, and you are now going to test the blunderbuss.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. They are.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Luna,
Missy,
are you shooting that, or you want one of us to do that? So.
No, I think I can handle this.
Okay, so Missy, give me a dexterity and firearms check and erase a willpower point.
Oh.
That's the cost.
Glad it wasn't me. Magic is annoying.
There's
Oh,
always,
man.
What's the
always a
is
cost.
it
Difficulty 6. Okay.
No.
So you pull back the flintlock, and it locks the trigger in place. Do you say anything specific, like Samuel L. Jackson in Jurassic Park? Hold on to your butts.
Tally ho!
Everybody freeze.
No, she's gonna tune everything out and
Okay.
just set her sights on the.
So there
Make it
is. Have you guys ever stood near a building that has a large bell and heard it gong?
No, I don't think so.
So that's what ends up happening. There is a
Like
there's a loud gong. There is some vibrations from it, and you end up seeing this gout of electricity. And when I say gout, I don't mean like just a bolt that goes zip, out directing. I mean like if somebody broke a transformer and then everything started spraying out of it. It's basically like multiple arcs of bolts just go out for about 5 yards.
Wow.
Like the Ghostbusters, except electricity.
But that's a proton pack with 1 ray.
Whatever.
This is like
That-
5.
And no, this would be like a giant spray of streams of electricity that come out just for 5 yards. So not very far as a distance.
Yeah, but multiple lightning bolts coming out, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
It's like,
So when that happens and you literally fry the front end of this hallway, and it's just you just see flames started rippling down the catching the carpet and furnishings and whatnot on fire as it goes down, and then you're just looking at a brick wall.
There we go.
I think you just did some counter magic there. That was impressive. I mean, I work with lightning storms, and I'll tell you right now, that was impressive.
That was pretty magical.
I
Very
think that
nice.
effectively sealed off their own chantry.
All right, I'm gonna go get the car.
Okay.
Bring it
Nicely
around.
done.
Okay, so you can see that the weather has gotten worse in the time that you've been in there. It's a lot of wind, and there is some rain now.
How much
Lovely.
time has elapsed? Like, do we get the sense of like has it, like, based on looking at our phones again after they sync up with like satellites? Like,
You guys
have
were
we lost like a?
when you take into the time that you use to explore, kind of debate a little bit, and as well as meditate and relax, you probably lost about an hour and a half.
Okay.
So
I was
it's
worried.
relative. It's not like some big weird time jump or anything.
Okay, yeah. That's what I was worried about. Is that it's been 3 days since we saw you.
Oh yeah, no.
For like 2 weeks.
Yeah,
2
we're like
weeks.
we're Robin Williams and Jumanji.
hmm So we're gonna get into the car and go then, and then talk about the counter magic on our way.
How many
Watcher,
seats
are
in the
you-
car? Is Watcher going to fit in this car with us?
Yeah.
And then,
Do you want us to like take you somewhere? Is there somewhere safe you can be, or are you just gonna tag along?
There's
Are you gonna
nowhere
come back to
safe that I
Bennett?
can be in this town right now. And
All right.
you guys are going to need all the help that you can get. I'm not a combatant, but I can point and click.
All right.
Okay.
take care of your weapon. Your weapon will take care of you.
Yeah, you've only got 17 rounds, so make them count.
Yeah, I'm certainly going to try.
I can't wait to get down there and let loose.
Well, it should
All
be
the
interesting.
powers.
So you guys end up driving to the when you get closer to this location, you can see because you're driving down the main roads. You end up passing a. I was just looking at it. Hold on one second. Oh, did I? Yeah, that is it. Okay. So you end up passing as you guys are going along the interstate at this point to the location where you're at. It's Powell Boulevard. You're passing by what's called Exodus Wellness Center and Social Club. And in doing so, right at that corner, which is southeast 162nd Avenue and Powell Boulevard, you can see that there are 2 police cars that were kind of parked in a way to obviously close off the street. One of the cars, the front of it has been blasted open, and it's actively like on fire right now. The doors have been left open. The wellness center off to the side looks like it's taken some damage. Pop marks litter the side and whatnot. You can see that there are 2 people laying in a pool of blood in front of the building. At the back of the car of one of the police units, you can see that there was an officer that was there. He is missing part of his rib cage as something ripped through his ballistic vest and probably killed him with that shot as he's just kind of laying in the back.
Remus was here.
There you go.
Jerome, I want to look at the storm itself because you said the weather has increased. I want to, is it natural, or is this a magical effect that something is happening with this storm?
That's a great question. I think we can do a roll for that, don't you?
Sure. So what do you want me to do? Intelligence?
We're going to go perception at this point, and we're going to use occult.
Or should I do weathercraft? Well, it's the same die roll.
Yeah, it's not weathercraft. Weathercraft is your ability to manipulate the weather.
Okay.
Do the clouds have a face in them?
What's the difficulty?
Difficulty 7.
Okay, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 3.
Given everything that's happening, you're not certain, but that would be a great educated guess. Whatever chaos is currently plaguing the city is directly affecting the natural environment.
I share that with the rest of the group. I just tell them, I go, I think this weather is being directly affected by the magic that's going on.
That doesn't surprise me either.
Hopefully we're not too late.
While we're on the way, would I be able to kind of guess what kind of counter magic might be needed? Or would I have to be kind of in the area to be able to determine that?
Yeah, you're going to have to actually get there to find out what you need to do.
How long is the drive there?
Well, you actually had to stop, and in order to, you're either going to have to go around, or maybe push the cars out of the way.
Oh, okay.
I could try pushing a car out of the way.
Yeah, I'm not particularly strong, but I can try to help. But I'm gonna have the.
Are there
Sorry,
just police bodies, or are they active police?
No, there was one body of an officer behind behind one of the units. Looks like he may have been using it for cover, and then something got him.
So there are still people there?
No, there's nobody here. There's only bodies.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Can I check the officer for keys?
Yeah, if you guys want to loot the bodies, you're welcome to.
I don't need to.
Well, weapons, guns.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Someone put that car in neutral, and I'm gonna jump out and push.
Okay, so Watcher jumps out and puts the car in neutral and grabs the shotgun.
I go on the other car and put the other car in neutral.
Okay.
And I'm looking around inside there if the shotgun's still there too.
Yeah, shotgun is still there.
Yeah. Nice.
I'll be right back. I need to.
Sure. No problem. There's no need to roll. You guys, as you guys put it into neutral to let it, so it can roll. You end up seeing Ariel get in front of the vehicle and just start pushing it. No problem.
Can I still roll?
Sure, if you want.
That's a lot of dice.
Okay, that only gave me 2 because of ones. Whatever. normal person can push a car in neutral.
She doesn't seem to be straining at all. Like, normally you have to build up to, get the momentum. She just gets in front of it. It's like doot 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 doot.
So after I get the shotgun, I'm gonna push my own car. I'm gonna look over at her like, because I'm a spy, old man, but I'm still gonna look at her like, what the hell? And so.
Yeah, I mean, she wasn't like throwing the vehicle, but she clearly had no problem like pushing the vehicle all by herself. She's healthier than she looks.
I was gonna say, like, what does your physique look like?
Athletic. Not like Hulk athletic, but definitely athletic.
Okay. Yeah, you're impressive. I'm like, huh.
Can I investigate the police officer to maybe try to see like what killed him?
Yeah. Why don't you give me an intelligence, and I think it's going to be medicine on these sheets. Yes.
Okay. I have no medicine.
Maybe I do. Maybe I do like a power lifter or something.
What's that?
What's the difficulty?
Maybe I.
Difficulty 6.
Okay, then I got 3 successes.
Okay. Again, you don't have medicine, so it's not like you can get very clinical with it. But whatever got at him tore open the Kevlar as well. So this is not a gunshot wound, and this is very clearly not some sort of sword-bladed weapon wound either.
Okay.
Do I notice him looking over the body?
Mm-hmm.
I'll go take a look too.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and roll?
Medicine and what?
And intelligence.
I'm just checking out my new shotgun.
Okay. And the bandolier, so the basically you've got a shotgun and you've got 5 rounds.
2.
Okay. So your best guess, because you do have clinical knowledge of this sort of thing, something very strong with perhaps a claw of some kind ripped past this person's body armor and tore open his chest cavity. And
Does it look like the sort of thing that I've seen before?
Not quite like you could do, but very similar.
It's a velociraptor.
Is a slash across the belly, spilling his intestines? But
it actually goes from shoulder to chest.
Okay.
Crossways.
Right.
So it was high torso, not in the meaty stomach area.
Okay. If he's got a sidearm. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was going to ask if there were any sidearms with like clips on like belts or things like that, like just to grab them, just in case we need them.
Yeah. Oh no, Watcher's doing that too. He's like, I don't mean to be disrespectful to the dead, but I need it more than he does.
Yeah, I could use one too. Actually, I don't have any.
I'll start handing out pistols. Sorry.
When I take a look at the officer, the gashes, the claw marks, do they seem familiar to me?
Why don't you roll your intelligence and occult? Specifically you. Or you can use Guru Lore.
Oh, okay, yes.
You guys are so cool.
1.
1? Okay. That is a very good question. You're not entirely certain, but it clearly isn't. It clearly wasn't done by a wolf.
Okay.
It was a velociraptor.
Yeah. The worm takes on many forms. So if they're involved, it could have been one of their mutations of some kind.
It's a metasmokele.
Could be.
That'd be a bastard of an animal right there.
So you guys you guys loot what little bit there was to grab from the police unit. You push the vehicles out of the way without a problem. From here on out, along Powell Boulevard, you can see it. There's no straight driving. You can still get through. It's not completely blocked off. But there is clearly some chaos that has happened down around through this area. There's a couple cars that went up on the curb off the boulevard and into like some nearby houses or a shopping area. One of them's kind of overturned, so you won't be able to go your full speed through here, and trying to be careful.
Before we get in the car, I want to, just out of respect to the dead, I want to position their bodies and close their eyes. Just.
Sure. Okay.
Actually, I probably would have done that too.
Sure. Okay.
now that I'm thinking in character.
Now we can say that it's appropriate to your character. So yeah, we can say that you guys took a moment to do that.
True crime, Missy sees a lot of red flags with that, but this is not true crime.
The Missy that commits true crimes would never do that.
Well, we just got through ransacking bodies, so I'm figuring, out of respect to the dead, now I'm just going to position them in a, whatever,
They're going to find my fingerprint all over the back of that car.
When I unlatched the shotgun and took it down, I didn't say I cleared my fingerprints up there either. So
actually, why don't we
write like? I was just gonna say we can write messages and fingerprints like in 7. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, do we want to take, because one of the police cars is still drivable, right?
It appears to.
Yeah. If we can find keys, do we want to have a second vehicle?
Maybe.
Or do we?
Or we could steer one of the vehicles that's at the scene.
You mentioned keys. Do these officers still have their handcuffs on them?
Yes. Well, there's only one.
Well, okay. So I'm just thinking. I don't.
Sure, we can grab those two.
Yeah.
Sure, that's fine. So before you go, last calls or anything else you want to grab from the fallen officer?
His taser, I guess.
You can grab that as well. Is there anything else?
What else do I mean, I wouldn't ransack the bodies. I wouldn't. I
Do we need
fine,
police radio or anything?
Yeah, I was going to ask him. His
What
police
about
radio?
Police radio.
Those are attached to the belt. I mean, you could pull it off of him. That's not an issue.
Do we need it?
But that's
I think we're kind of in a hurry. Maybe let's go. I was thinking about that too. Like, the police radio might be helpful to hear like what's going, like what they're responding to.
Mm-hmm.
But
we can do that in the car since we're taking the police car. So
yeah, I was thinking if we had the police car and we turn on the lights, we could also use that to like clear a path if like there's still traffic. But I guess is there a like completely just like this is The Walking Dead?
That's a good visual for this part of the town. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe the cop car is not going to be able to do anything.
Would the cop car go before or after our car?
There you go, Rachel. I was going to say you were muted.
I don't think we should take it, to be honest. I feel like a police car is kind of like a driving target.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I think it would have drawn more attention than we want.
All right, let's keep going in the truck then.
Okay.
All right.
So you continue traveling down Powell Boulevard, making your way finally, and when you get to the there's a parking lot just south on the south side of Powell Boulevard where there's a Enchilada Express and a Burger King and another place called Choose Eatery. Like it looks like almost like not that there was it figuratively. It's like an explosion went off. There had been several cars in there, all of which are damaged. The buildings here are on fire. It's just it seems like you are clearly getting closer to some sort of epicenter because the damage here is much more severe. Some of the trees they're not ablaze, but they're kind of smoldering from whatever hit this area. As you get to the intersection of Powell Boulevard and 174th Avenue Southeast, you take the turn to head down to the power subsection or the power station. You pass up a 7-Eleven and it looks like glass has been broken, and although the lights are on, there's all kinds of stuff strewn about. Clearly it's been looted. And there's some smoke coming out of it, but it doesn't look like it's actively on fire, like maybe something just got extinguished. But you can see just from the street that all the aisles have got food and stuff. It's been ransacked. I mean, it looks like a rioting situation. Somebody hit it up for provisions to get the hell out of Dodge. And you continue to drive until you get to that open lot. Now you end up seeing on the power station. This actually, if you're trying to follow along on a map, this actually is not really there. It's taking the place of a location that they park buses. So it's kind of an open lot, but which most power stations are. It's an open lot with a bit of a ring around it of the walls and the big gate, and you can see that there's the power station converters on the inside. Directly west of where that's at, there's like a housing community as well as an apartment complex. So there's a lot of greenery, a lot of trees. There's some buildings over there. There are some lights that are still on. And when you get close to the power station itself, you can see that there's really only 2 lights that are on, and they're street lamps. Otherwise, there's no sort of illumination in this area. It's eerily dark.
I'm going to use Eyes of the Beast again.
Okay.
Do we see the other cars or the people out front that we saw in the
No.
sky? Are the cars still there?
Well, it's a brick wall, so you can't actually see past it. If you're going to attempt to look in there, you can, but it would require some sort of stealthy check to get close enough to the wall and or the gate in order to investigate.
I can do that. I'll go take a look.
All right, Bob the Sneaky Builder. Can we sneak it? Yes, we can. Dexterity and stealth.
Oh my gosh, I got 3 1s.
Oh no.
Throw those dice away, Brittany.
4 successes.
Nice. Even with the 3
Wow.
1s. Damn.
Wow. It's a lot of dice.
That's a heck of a dice pool right there. Right on. Okay. So you twist your ankle a little bit just as you step out, to sneak away, and you're like, okay. That you didn't step down right, but you get back into your groove, and you guys are amazed. You just don't hear her. You don't hear any of the gravel crackling underneath her like you might normally if somebody was walking across it. She's very light-footed, moving at a decent clip. You end up getting to the wall, and you can't make it out, but you can actually hear some people talking. So you know that there's somebody on the other side, and as you kind of creep up to the edge where the rolling fence, of course it's locked, but the rolling fence is at, so you can kind of peek in. You can see that there's the 4 people standing around their cars. They're conversing about something. You're not too sure what it is.
Can I stay there a minute and listen?
You sure can. Perception alertness.
Three.
Okay. Okay, 1 second. So you end up part of the conversation you end up hearing is like one guy is asking for some smokes, and it's Cicernus brand, which is a pretty popular brand of smoke. And another one that you end up hearing about, they're talking about. It's like, yeah, you got any more of those? They end up listing off some like really weird, long pharmaceutical type name. And he's like, yeah. He's like, I got the legit stuff too, Magadon Special, man. And so he's like, he pulls out like an actual prescription bottle, of something.
Badonkadonk.
Okay. Where is so we'd have to go through them to get to the entrance of the building, right?
Oh yeah.
And we'll have to get through the fence first.
Mm-hmm. They're dressed very average.
What is their build?
Good question. One guy is portly, and in fact enough so that his shirt doesn't completely cover his belly. Another two of the other guys are kind of lanky. They probably think Beavis and Butthead, if you've seen the visuals. That kind of build, not super muscular, almost kid-like, even though they're adult. And the last one looks like he was probably a bodybuilder of some kind, or he was like a fitness nut of some kind. Like he's kind of beefy, got the short haircut, probably trains hard, lives hard, has all the wrong kind of protein drinks.
I know the type. And okay, so is that the only thing that I can see as far as layout?
By
can I
layout,
tell,
what do you mean?
Like where can I see the doors from here?
Yeah, the building, the
That's right.
maintenance building isn't super big. Really, the only thing that's in here are the power converters, which those are all lined up, one side, and then that maintenance building or whatnot. And their cars are parked right next to it, and they're just kind of hanging out front.
And they're not glowing orange or anything. They just look normal.
There is a bizarre orange tinge to their eyes.
Okay. I probably can't take on 4 at once if they're not normal people. So I'm going to go back to the car and tell everyone what I saw.
Okay.
Lost Missy.
We done lost Missy.
We're missing Missy.
Give her a minute or two to jump back in.
Oh,
Here she comes.
Jerome, I have a question about fascination.
Not the '80s
So,
song, but Fascination itself.
no, the
Okay.
ability.
No, I know.
Yeah. We can talk about the song later. So I'm guessing the fascination kind of works on normal people primarily. And I mean, like, I could probably try to impact somebody who's been like mind controlled, but like the orange glow in the eyes, does
Mhm.
that seem like, is that a mind control ability? Like, is that something I could?
That's way out of your that's beyond your pay grade. You've got no idea.
Mhm.
The only one who seemed to know anything about that is Luna. So maybe you could run it by her.
Okay. I have. Assuming that they don't just immediately start pulling weapons on us immediately, I could try to go over and have one of them unlock the gate for me. But I'm not sure what that orange glow in the eyes means. If they're already under some influence, or if they cannot be influenced, then that plan doesn't work. But I kind of don't know what. Excuse me. I don't know what they're under.
So were you saying that to somebody in particular, or just speaking out loud, or?
Oh yeah, I was kind of speaking out to the group.
Okay.
Yeah, so I can try to maybe inspire some camaraderie with them, perhaps get them to open up the gate for me as if I was one of their own. But that's assuming the orange glow in their eyes is not some sort of other effect that they're already under, because mine is relatively weak, to be fair.
What did we come upon? Because I think I was frozen.
You
Did I
guys
make it
are
back
at
to the
the
car?
power. You're at the power substation.
Okay.
Did I make it back to the car, or do I have to roll for that?
No, you make it back.
Okay, so I explained basically that the four guys are there, and I kind of describe them and say, only one of them seems like he would really be much of a fight, except I don't know what's up with the eyes. I'm guessing that they probably have new abilities from whatever this worm thing is, judging by the police officer we found. So I probably won't be able to tackle four of them on my own. I don't know if we want to do a distraction, maybe somebody offer them a smoke or ask for a smoke.
I mean, if they react like normal people, I could go and try and talk to them. But if the orange glow is like a curse or an effect that they're all under, me not having the glow might immediately make me an enemy.
Target.
Yeah.
The way I'm kind of looking at this is look at what we encountered on our way up here. I'm pretty sure they're not expecting, friends to show up. So I'm thinking they're probably hostile.
I mean, are these guys covered in blood? Did you see them like?
Yeah,
Did
Brittany, they are not covered in blood.
Did they have weapons on them? I assume they did.
They do.
Just guns.
Yeah, actually, they just got like pistols. The beefy looking guy's got a bat.
A bat. Okay,
Yep.
that's cute. I
I
mean,
would,
bats
I
can
would
do.
be just a lost old man that wanders in.
Yeah, so it's very likely that these aren't the ones who killed the police officer. If they're not, whatever did that would most likely be covered in blood, unless they've changed clothes recently.
That's a good point.
But we could try to. I can try my fascination ability, but if I would like for everybody to be nearby, because if it doesn't work, I'm gonna have 4 bruisers on top of me. That's not going to be fun.
I've got you on that.
I can help too.
Can you project fascination onto another?
I know if I can do that? I was going over the thing again.
Let's see.
Just for the simple fact that if we were able to, one of us be a damsel in distress and we can get their attention, it's easier for us to ambush them than it is us.
Mhm.
And I work best in close quarters, so I would be happy to do that.
It doesn't specifically say. So I'm going to rule that that is a possibility. Obviously, it's not something they could continue. It's only going to last for the whatever duration you give it.
Yeah, we just needed enough to get their attention to. Yeah, but yeah, I can try to place it on somebody else. Oh, cool! It says cost none. So
Yep.
Ariel, how does Ariel look? Like, do you look like a damsel in distress? I mean, you were talking about you have a good physique. Like I don't know.
I mean, I just look like a physical trainer kind of a person. I mean, like I don't. I'm like
You don't look like a bodybuilder.
you're not like a Miss Olympia, like.
I don't know, maybe I do look. I mean, but I'm wearing like fairly non-distinct clothing, just like a long sleeve black shirt and black pants, like yoga pants.
So, what you guys gonna do?
So are you gonna wander in there and be like, what's your story? And then we're gonna just pull our guns and start
I don't
shooting.
know what should I say? I'm not
Car
really.
trouble?
Could ask them maybe to directions to say you got lost and pulled into this. You're trying to get to the apartment complexes. Is there not a straight shot between here and there?
Or maybe I could go hide by the fence and someone else can be the distraction and then I can run in and do my thing when their attention is turned.
Okay. Does anybody volunteer to be the distraction?
Want to be the distraction?
I can be a distraction, but I'm not very good with hand-to-hand combat anymore. So I can easily be the lost old man. That's
The lost old man with his earthquake stick.
right. But I don't know about that. So
Oh, that's true. Actually, that's a good idea. Just let you wander in with your cane and just
boom!
bam.
Not a
That
bad
would
idea.
definitely
That
shake
would
'em up.
probably
Well,
that would probably alert whoever's in the building though.
Well, if you guys are
Would it?
concerned with like somebody who can handle themselves hand to hand, or at least should something break out, that close, Luna would definitely be the next one up.
Do you feel comfortable with that, Luna?
I mean, I'm gonna have to take off my face paint, but sure. I can be a damn distress.
Well, I can. Let's see. Yeah, because essentially what this does is it says can choose to enhance any of the social attributes. So with like so I guess like I would choose whether it's enhancing charisma, manipulation, or appearance
Mm-hmm.
for the target.
Yep.
Okay.
Now, in essence, you only have the one. So if you're not going to take like quite a long time to do it, the level of influence is you're going to be stuck at as one. You're obviously going to want to keep it to the one person because you don't have the levels of skill to make it multiple, but you may not need more. And then a short while duration. You can modify that obviously by see, that's the nice thing about it. Even though there are multiple levels, having one you can still do up to a party of 50 people, as it says at level 4. It's just going to take you a lot longer to get that spell to go, because that's multiple successes that you have to end up hitting. Whereas if you already had a 4 in fascination, it would be a lot faster for you to end up casting that spell.
Okay. So yeah, I guess we don't need a huge group, but I've never done this before, so if you'll tell me like what I need to roll.
What are you aiming for?
What's
your end goal? What do you want to imbue Luna with?
I want to imbue Luna with an appearance that will drag at least, I think, at least 2 people to come over to the fence to unlock it for us.
Okay, so level of influence, you're aiming for a 1 dot, right?
Level of influence, sure, yeah.
Okay, so that's not bad. Then you want to you're trying to go for 2 people, so that's 2 dots, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Duration, so you're just wanting it for a few minutes?
Yeah, I think that's kind of all we need.
Okay.
And hopefully they'll be dead after a few minutes.
Yeah, okay. So if you want to spend 20 minutes attempting this spell, give me a roll of, you're trying to go for appearance, right?
Is that what we're going for, everybody? Appearance sounds good. Yes, no?
Sure, okay. So then roll your appearance and occult.
Do we have 20 minutes?
Yeah, do we have 20 minutes? Mm-hmm.
That's entirely up to you guys.
I mean, do we really have any time, to be honest?
I maybe we should just wing it.
Can I spend a mana to
lower the difficulty? You absolutely can.
Okay, yeah, because I kind of want this to work.
Okay.
So it's
it's going to be at this point it's going to be a 5 instead of 6.
How ahead are we from where they are?
You are just down the street from where they're at.
I'm just thinking about looking at the fence, so when they approach, just aim my gun, so when they get that gate open, start shooting.
4, okay.
Yeah.
So you don't have to hang the spell, thankfully. You go ahead and you go through the somatic gestures and your verbiage. You take a moment, and at that moment, you end up essentially pushing that spell onto Luna. And you know what? You didn't notice it before, but Luna's kind of hot. She's got some sort of native thing, kind of rugged, but like almost like Laura Croftish, kind of like.
Ooh.
I think in fairness, I think Mel has probably been like secretly crushing on Luna for a little bit. So this is like the scene.
We did see her naked already.
Well, also she's just cool. She's just like a cool like lady.
Aww.
Okay, so if I understand this correctly, Brittany, you're going to sneak back up to the gate?
Yep.
And then, Missy, you are doing what?
I am taking the vehicle that is not the police vehicle, and I'm going to drive it up. Yeah, I'm going to drive it up, kind of try to get it as close as possible with it making look like there's something wrong. I'm going to keep hitting the brake and doing the like jackrabbit starts.
Okay.
And then I'm going to try and coast in to where the fence is and they can see me. I'm going to hop out and, excuse me, can you please help me?
Okay.
I'm just a girl by myself.
All right. To simulate that, just give difficulty 6. Give me a dex and drive check.
Can I be in the because it's a truck, right, with a bed?
It's actually a van.
Oh, it's a van. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Yeah, you guys had a van.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna like lie in the bed.
I have 3.
Okay. Yeah, so you have no problem with it whatsoever, and you get it like really close to the gate. So the big guy, when they see that the van come walking up, the big guy pushes them off to the side, very alpha, and he starts walking over, and he's got that walk, like his arms no longer go down all the way on either side.
He's impeded by his muscles.
Yeah, he's swole. And he comes walking up, and clearly he doesn't have like any sort of uniform on. It's just like casual clothing. And he's like, what was the problem?
Oh, thank you for coming out. I need your help, and I'm so happy that you are a big, strong man, because I started driving this van, and it scared the absolute crap out of me because it wouldn't stop. And now it won't do anything but stop. Do you think you could take a look at this? I'm just trying to get to a party tonight, and I feel like I'm imposing on you, but I would really appreciate your help.
Okay. Why don't you give me a charisma and subterfuge check. Difficulty 6.
A 3.
You got a 3?
Yep.
Nice. Okay. So he's like, looks for, for a second. He looks back at the other guys. The overweight guy just kind of shrugs. The other two are literally chuckling, just like, sort of thing, just to themselves. And so and he just turns and he looks and he's like, yeah, but what the hell? I don't think I can take a look at it. So he
thank you so much.
Pulls the chain, open on the gate, and ends up sliding it open enough so he can walk out.
We needed a signal.
Yep, there is no signal, so he's like, so why don't you get inside and pop the hood for me?
Let me show you this really quick, because I'm not sure what this pedal does, but I think it might have something to do with it, just so I can show you, because I don't want to waste too much of your precious. And you're so kind.
Sure thing, little lady. You go ahead and show me whatever it is you want to show me.
I'm gonna walk him over to the driver's side and have him help me inspect the clutch.
Okay.
But I'm gonna do a walking signal. I got this, guy.
Is this my signal to attack the guy?
Yeah.
Or is that what,
I don't know. You guys
a little
see
unclear
her,
as to what the plan is. Are we just gonna bum rush him, or?
Yeah, she makes a finger gesture, and is clearly showing him something.
Yeah.
I guess this is the time where I'm going to use Feral Claws.
Okay.
Just so that I'm ready.
So you're taking a moment to bring out your Feral Claws?
Yep.
Okay.
So are we just rushing into them then? Is that what I'm understanding?
So he's looking down at the, at whatever it is that you're trying to, look at. It's like, well, that's your problem right there. It's Japanese made. They're just greedy, lazy.
I said I was gonna just focus my gun, and as soon as I saw an opportunity, I was gonna start shooting. And
okay.
Nobody told me that was a bad idea.
That is all that happens. So now you hear pop, pop, pop goes the well, you took a shotgun, right?
No, I have a pistol as well, so I'm using my pistol.
Okay, so pop, pop, pop goes the pistol, and we are now in combat round. So go ahead and roll your dexterity and firearms.
Difficulty 6?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4. That means 3. 4 successes.
4 successes. All right. Boom. Go ahead and roll your damage.
You didn't tell me what kind of gun I had. You just said I had a pistol. So what are we looking at?
Uno momento, 4 flavors.
Ooh, it's a 4-flavor gun.
Yes, actually. It's the Baskin Robbins Light.
Oh.
It's not equipped with all 31 flavors.
Is my submachine gun like a Doritos branded gun? That's why it's flavor blasted?
Yep.
Okay.
It's got Cooler Ranch action.
Oh. Good stuff.
Okay, so you have a pistola. We'll say it is a heavy pistol. You have a Glock 20.
Nice.
Damage on that is 5 dice. You have 15 rounds per clip.
Oh, actually, while we're at it, I took one of the police guns. What is that?
The police officer pistol you ended up taking. In essence, it's very similar. You ended up well, you know what? No, let's go. You have the S&M, S&W, so it's Smith & Wesson MP5, I think it's what it's called. It's just a standard 9mm, so it's got 5 dice of damage, 17 rounds in the clip.
Difficulty 6 for damage?
Difficulty 6, yeah. It's always going to be difficulty 6 for damage.
I got 4 successes.
But you scored 4 successes on your gun.
I hit.
So, when you strike. So when you're dealing with firearms, any successes over their dodge, which obviously he wasn't expecting to get shot, so he wasn't dodging, adds to the damage. So you need to add 4 more dice to roll to damage.
Nice.
I already got 4 successes.
That's awesome.
I got 1 more, so 5 successes altogether.
Okay, boom! So you let out a round and pop him right in the back. Now we are in combat. So it is dexterity plus wits and a 1d10 roll. And let me know what y'all get.
10.
I got a 14.
Nice.
Oh,
Is it cool if I run to the restroom real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
no.
I got an 11, and I'm going to take this opportunity as well.
Go right on ahead.
16.
Nice.
13.
I rolled a 10 on the die, which was nice.
That's the old man ladder.
And Missy, you got a 13?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm the last one and I got a 10. Guess that gives me time to work in my claws.
Yeah, that's what happened. We'll say that was it.
That's my story.
And you're sticking to it. So since they went off to go use the bathroom, why don't we call it here for about 5 minutes? So in case anybody needs to go do anything, get a drink, whatever, get up and stretch. Mm-hmm. Because this one will run a little bit long tonight. Because we're trying to wrap up for the second game. We're close to the end. They'll sweat it. But I figured you get a chance to get up and get whatever, because I'd like to get another drink too. So we will be back in about 5 as everybody takes a quick break. So stay here, those of you who are watching, and enjoy the tunes. 1 second, get that pulled up. Yoink.
think I've ever.
You've never seen one, but
Yeah.
That was my first time seeing one too.
Hold it up again, Maurice. I wasn't paying attention. I was taking a
So
selfie.
it's
like-
a cartridge,
Hmm.
like an Atari cartridge,
Uh
and then the front of it is where the tape is at.
huh. Okay. All right.
You just shove it in the machine, and on the 8-track players, you don't have rewind and you don't have fast forward. There's literally 8 tracks on here. So when you push the button, it would go to the next track.
Mm-hmm.
So if you wanted to hear a song over again, you could just go to the next track and it would be coming up soon.
Huh.
Yeah.
All
I see
right.
those a lot.
So combat has ensued. The guy gets
We're
shot.
talking about 8 tracks over here.
Yeah. I remember 8 tracks. Moved out to California, listening to Eddie Rabbit
Oh, nice.
on 8 track.
I don't know what that is.
Oh wow, youngin.
Eddie Rabbit's a singer.
Oh yeah, I love the Rainy Nights. Yep.
I mean, maybe.
So combat has ensued.
Yeah.
Guy got caught right in his shoulder. Clearly not happy.
5 damage.
Yeah.
Okay, so bad.
The others at this point are alerted that there is a problem. They are now running in to fight. So, top of the round. That is going to be Rachel.
Am I able to? Do they see the rest of us, or they just see? Or are they running towards us?
The only one they see right now, who is sort of in the open because she's in the driver's seat, of the van, is Missy.
Okay. What I? Because it's all right. We don't have a visual, so I'm having a hard time figuring out where they're at in conjunction to where I'm at.
They're in the inside. They're near the main building. The van is parked right in front of the gate, which is now partly open.
Okay.
Missy's in the driver's seat. The guy who got shot is right outside the driver's side of the van. Immediately to the left and behind the guy is Ariel, who had been up against the wall trying to be sneaky. The rest of you are back a little ways where you had parked the police vehicle. So you can run into combat if you want. If you have ranged attacks of some kind, you can do that.
Mine's melee. So
Everybody's in the van, right?
No.
no, we got out.
Missy's the only one in the van.
So
Well, okay, hold on.
Okay.
We decided not to take the police vehicle because we said that was going to be
Very obvious.
right.
very obvious.
Well, presumably that's where it would have been back. You guys were back a little ways. You're not in melee combat. If you have range or something you want to cast while you're starting to move in, I mean, you can do that.
I mean, the only thing I can cast, I guess, might be Hellfire.
Hellfire is a ranged action.
Okay. I only have 2 dots in it, so I don't know. I haven't used it before, so I don't know how that's going to work.
For Hellfire, it is a gout of flame. So think kind of like Fireball.
Okay. What do I know the range on it?
1 second. I know it doesn't go terribly far.
Magic missile into the darkness.
Hellfire has levels.
Are there any girls there?
Yes, Hellfire has levels.
Oh, there are. I do them.
I want to do them.
Where are the Cheetos?
Cool, I get drunk. Okay, so you have a couple of different options for your Hellfire, which could, depending upon how you roll, take up more than 1 round. So you have 2 dots in Hellfire, right?
Yeah.
Okay. If you are trying to target something far away, you're going to have at least 5 successes, or you can advance. Because it's interpersonal to yourself, so you can keep it on yourself, like you could cause your hands to ignite and touch somebody, or you could shoot it
Burn
out.
it.
But you also have an area effect as well that you add to it. So in a way, you can kind of customize it a little bit. Like, do you want it just to be a single person? Do you want to set fire to a building? You have some options with it. If you're trying to do the immediacy, you're probably going to want to run up and trying to get in combat range.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to run up either way, I feel like, at this point. So, um,
But hellfire to your sword, definitely something you can do.
Ooh.
yeah, which is kind of what I was thinking. I want to get in melee range and use that on my sword.
Okay, but would you like to cast that now to get it out of the way?
Yes.
Okay, you can do that. You need to give me a manipulation and occult check. It is touch only, so it's only 1. It's not an area, so it'd be 1. So you need to get a whopping 2 successes.
Okay.
And it will cost a willpower point.
I got 4 successes.
So yes.
Willpower.
So are you doing your Highlander routine?
Yes.
Okay. So those of you who are still back there, you see her produce a sword from nowhere. Like, she just reaches in and it was like always there.
Nice.
And as she pulls it, like fully extends it, not only did that sword appear from nowhere, but now that sword ignites.
Pretty cool looking.
So it's
That's pretty sweet.
and it's not just, oh, that blade looks warm. It's flames licking off of the sword.
I mean, they see her now, so she's gonna basically rush into him. So,
That'll be distracting.
yeah.
Yeah, just a touch. And then you advance. You rush into combat at that point. Okay. That was your action. You have got your flaming sword powered up. Flamio. Next is George.
Okay. Can I see any of the advancing creeps from my position?
From your position, no, you can't. You know that they're
Okay.
in there and they're probably coming, but you don't. There's currently not a clear view because they're just far enough back from the gate and the wall.
Okay. I'd like to advance and hopefully take a shot at the group. Because I don't know if it's a machine gun. Like, I'll try to fire into at the first guy that I see.
Okay, so are you just going to advance right now, or are you going to fire on the big guy?
I know that Luna can handle herself, and I know that Ariel is nearby. So I want to take some pot shots at the guys who are advancing.
Okay, so you won't be able to do that just yet. So you're advancing, and that's what you're watching for. Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
All right, so that was George. It is now Missy.
The gentleman that was shot near me, is he moving at all?
Yes.
Okay.
He is still up and active.
Take him out.
I want to turn into a bear,
Okay.
growl in his face really aggressively, and then hit him across the face with my paw.
Okay. So a little cinematic there. That is quite all right. Go down and see just how long it's going to take you to do that.
You turn into a bear.
She doesn't turn just into a bear. She turns into the bear.
She turns into Yogi?
Doubles.
Yeah.
Gonna get the picnic basket?
She shapeshifts. She's like, I could have swore there was a picnic basket around here somewhere, boo-boo. Okay, so that is going to be a full 5 successes. Let's see. And you're only trying to affect yourself.
You can turn somebody else into something?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Wow.
You guys are
She-
so cool.
She actually has the capability. She can even half shift if she wants, or she can do that to other people too. So it's like you go into comments. I'm going to give you bear claws.
Can you go Krynos?
All I think of
She
is a
can,
Maui
yes.
moment.
Oh yeah. There you go.
Half shark, half, human.
All right, so give me a stamina and animalkin check and erase a willpower point. You are going to need 5 successes in order to do this in one round.
Ugh. Oh, at least I have a 6.
Blow willpower.
She can't. You guys can't blow willpower for your magics in this one.
Oh,
But we could do mana, right, to lower the difficulty.
You can certainly use mana to lower the difficulty.
oh,
Uh-huh.
spend mana.
I'm learning.
I've got 4 on my first roll.
Okay. So you are in the process of changing. You have not completely shifted into a bear, which is probably a good thing, because bears cannot fit in the front seat of a van.
Now with that
Good
attitude,
try.
But you definitely have mostly shifted with 4 successes. You are, at this point, well, for lack of a better term, even though they don't really have it, you would be effective like a Krynos form for a bear. You are a part human bear hybrid, and you said you were going to swipe at him?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your dex and melee. Or dex and brawl.
Is this dude Leonardo DiCaprio?
The Revenant? Yeah. Or
I never
the smarmy meme.
Oh. I was thinking of The Revenant. That movie made me never want to see a bear.
Okay.
Got 3.
I need to watch that movie.
It's torture. It's good, but it's rough.
Oh, God. Yeah, he did. Yeah. He was clearly, maybe he was partly surprised or just still not all there from getting shot. And you managed to quickly swipe at him with your claws. So go ahead and you're in essentially what would be a bear Krynos form. So it is your strength plus 3 for your form plus 1 for your claws.
Plus 1 as in dice.
Yes. So that
Okay.
should be
7 total, right?
yes.
And I just roll a d10 like regular, right?
Yep.
I've got 4 successes.
Oh, nice. So you guys don't quite see what's going on, but you end up hearing that roar, and like some sort of like furry claw reaches out and swipes at this guy, and then blood sprays on the outside of the van, and he ends up going down hard.
Nice.
So that is 13. So we are now at Todd.
I take another shot. He's down. Next guy that's running up.
There is currently nobody to shoot that is visible.
Can I hold my turn then until they come in?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So you're staying back and just trying to take aim at the gate, I take it then, hoping that they advance?
Yeah, so as soon as somebody shows up at that gate,
Sure.
I'm taking a shot.
Okay. Brittany and the rest.
I would like to. So far, I mean, obviously they haven't attacked yet, so we don't really know what they do. But I'm just gonna go ahead and attack the dude that's closest to me, running out towards our people.
Okay.
With my Kibatsume Jutsu.
All right, so you circle around the opening of the gate, and the two that are directly coming up are the two thin-looking guys who no longer have hands. They have what appear to be like bone-like hook appendages.
Great. Okay. I knew something like this was going to happen. Okay.
And they now also have a little bit more of a feral look to them. Like they shifted, but not completely. Just kind of showing the hands, or I should say the hooks that they've got. They obviously didn't see you. You can take a shot at them. They're both running out at this point into attack. They're hand to hand, so they're both going around. They're both attempting anyways to go around the other side of the van to get at people. You have a shot at one of them, so go ahead and roll your Dex and Brawl, or sorry, Dex and Kibatsumi Jutsu.
3.
Okay. Let's see if he spots you at the last minute. No. Okay, go ahead and roll your damage.
Which is what?
Yeah. Strength, and for Feral Claws, I want to say it's a +2. Hold on a second. No, +1. Strength +1.
Do I add potence too?
Yes. Now, are you adding it as dice pool or automatic?
Dice pool.
Okay, so add 2 more dice to that then.
Okay. 2.
2. Okay, so you deeply gash into his arm. He has no way to absorb that, and just rend some of his flesh off of him. And he freaks out and turns, and now sees he's got somebody he needs to fight. He swings on you. In that instance, as you lunged forward, he does manage to strike. Go ahead and roll your stamina.
Just stamina?
Do you have fortitude? I don't think so.
Yes.
Oh, then add that.
Wow.
2. Difficulty 6, right?
Yeah, nice. So you it ends up hitting. It tears some of your clothing, but that is the worst of the effect.
Yes.
You managed to turn or pivot just enough that the fullness of the strike didn't hit and just kind of damaged your clothing. The other guy's coming around. So George and Todd, you'll get a chance to attack him as you have waited. The other guy, the fat guy, came forward some, so he's not in range of those who have guns, I should say. You end up seeing that his stomach convulses some, and you hear this sickening as he vomits this green nastiness that flies out at Missy in the van.
Ew.
Would you like to try and dodge?
I would love to dodge.
Okay.
On my character sheet, it says don't use.
Right, because it's we're using V20 rules, so it goes off of athletics. So it's dexterity and athletics.
Okay. Yay.
Oh, wow. Three. Okay, so 2. Okay, so you, at the last minute, you kind of just take your paws and shove yourself off of the steering wheel to force yourself out with almost an audible pop, because you're still kind of growing at this point, to throw, and you actually fall to your knees. It's not very graceful, but the projectile vomit or whatever it was strikes the van, and when it strikes the van, it immediately melts the glass and starts melting through the engine block.
Oh, jeez.
Ugh.
It melts metal.
Yeah, and quickly.
Then we saved that police car back there.
Guess we're gonna need a new ride.
They had cars.
They did have cars, yes. All right, so it is the top of the round. Rachel, you are now in range. Oh, sorry.
George and I held our turn.
Yeah,
so.
George, you and George held your turn. So the one swinging around the corner.
Okay.
Go ahead,
And I
George.
guess we don't get a look at the guy who's spewing acid.
No.
No? Not yet? Okay. he's going to get his, but okay, difficulty 6, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it's 4, get to reroll 10s. Hey, another 10.
Nice.
Okay. That is 6 successes for me.
Wow.
Good Lord.
Wow.
I don't have many 4s on this sheet, but one of them is firearms.
Todd?
I have 2 successes.
Okay. So your shot goes just a hair wide. You end up shooting the back of the van, and it got real close. Like there was sparks that came off of it that almost caught him. But his flinching away from Todd's round, that first round, you just you light him up like you were Arnold Schwarzenegger in Commando. Just like you're just firing, and the people are lining up to die right in front of your gunfire sort of strike. So you get to roll your damage on the weapon, and it is you said 6. Add 3.
Okay. So add 3 more dice.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and this is with the grease gun.
Yes.
By the way. Okay. All right. So 6. So I'm rolling 9 dice, just making sure.
Wow.
Is that right?
Leave it.
Yep.
Okay. Well, just making sure. I was like, it's my first time playing sorcerer. I don't want to.
Oh yeah, no, well that's going to be true in vampire too. If you're using if you're using a firearm and you score a lot on a firearm roll, that will and over their dodge, that translates into more damage in the strike because you were that precise. It's one of the reasons why snipers are so nasty.
Okay. Man, it's been forever since I used a gun in vampire. Okay, and this is difficulty 6.
Difficulty 6.
Okay, do 10 still explode?
Not for damage.
Not for damage, okay. Okay. That is... Okay. These ones are... that is 5 successes.
Oh, good Lord. Ouch. So you pepper him as he comes up around that corner. He's not he's not quite dead, but it actually... the impact of the rounds causes him to do that little dance that you see frequented in movies, like he's a So now, top of the round.
Okay.
Wasn't it convenient that he just came around the corner for you there, Rachel?
Which one?
The other Beavis looking guy. Yeah.
Okay. Well, he's my target. How convenient.
Yep. You're
So
like, hey, I've got
this
flaming sword here for you.
Yeah, pretty much. So she kind of lunges forward with it and basically tries to impale him.
All right, go ahead and roll your dex and melee.
Okay, what is that? Melee. Do I add anything for being on fire or?
No, that's for damage.
Okay. Four.
Okay. You end up lunging, and it looks like based upon his body language, he saw it coming, and had he not been riddled up with gunfire, he probably would have been able to roll to get out of the way. But he got peppered with the rounds too much, and he was just a little too slow to the draw. You end up sinking your blade right into his side and scorching him the hell up. So you ended up getting what did you roll
4.
for your Hellfire? 4, right?
I rolled it for the weapon. I don't know what else you're talking about.
No, you cast Hellfire, and I think you rolled 4 successes. So So okay, so what's your damage for your sword?
+2.
Okay, so
it's considered a long sword.
Yes. So what's your strength? +2.
Strength is 3 plus 2,
5.
so 5.
Okay. Now I want you to take 2 times 4.
Okay, so 8.
Add that to your other dice. So you have 8 plus 5.
Damn. 4, 5, 6, 7.
Hellfire grants you 2 dice of lethal damage per success.
8, and then 5 more. Nice.
Wow.
I don't know if I have that many. I think I have that many D10 over the years. Let me see. I gotta dig through my dice bag here.
You would have to spend 2 additional successes to make it naturally aggravated, so it just starts off lethal. But then again, if you're attacking things like that are vulnerable to flame, it's automatically going to be aggravated.
A lot of dice. I think it's the most dice I've ever done outside of Street Fighter. Difficulty 6.
Difficulty 6.
1. Okay. There's another one. That's awesome. Okay, so we've got 5.
Nice. So you literally, like, in fact, you didn't even cut him along the side. You skewered him with your blade and run him straight through as the flames from your sword light up all around his body, and he's almost dead on impact. Just ends up hitting the ground, and his husk is just, currently ablaze, and he goes down hard. So that was top of the round. It is now George.
Okay, I would like to, if possible, move forward so I can get a look at the guy who's probably like dribbling acid from his mouth.
Yeah, if you advance just a little bit, it won't take up your action. You can get within range between the van and the opening of the gate.
Okay, if I can, I'd like to use the back of the van for some cover. If I can still see the dude.
That would require you to spend an action to basically reposition yourself up to the van.
Okay.
There is a slight risk that you might hit Brittany or Missy.
Okay, yeah. No,
basically with where you're at. If you reposition, you should be fine. But if you want to just get this guy down, you can open up right now.
I don't want to risk hitting my friends. Yeah, if I can advance, and then just hold off on shooting this round, just because I don't want any friendly fire.
So you won't be able to fire, but yeah, you can advance up to the back of the van where the burning guy that Rachel just put down.
Okay. Yeah.
Todd,
can you split your turn like that?
Split your turn? How? Like what?
Like could he move and then hold the action,
No.
or is action count as moving?
Yeah, his action at this point, he's far enough away. His action would be to move and reposition.
So I can't see anybody from where I'm at either, right?
If you advance, it's the same situation. If you advance a little bit, you can take aim and fire on the guy who's on the inside.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
I have 3 successes.
Okay. So you pull out around enough to basically shoot over Missy. He does not see you in time, so catches a hit. You got 3 successes. Add 2 dice to that damage.
Right. 1, 2, 3, and we don't reroll. Tens,
no,
right?
do not reroll 10s.
3 successes.
Okay, so you end up hitting him. And let me check something here real quick. Okay, so you end up hitting him, and there's like a brief pause in how he moves, and you end up seeing him explode.
Okay.
And that liquid go flying everywhere, so it actually starts eating at the gate.
Oh.
We made the hole bigger.
Is he dead, or is he still there? He's just leaking?
He's not even in one piece.
Ooh.
Well, hopefully he stays in multiple pieces.
He didn't get on anybody, did he?
No. You guys are outside of the range.
Oh, okay.
Except for Brittany and Missy.
No, actually, their positioning they were okay as far as the spray was concerned.
Cool. Well, I'm on an 11, so I think Brittany's 10.
Well, at this point, you're out of combat.
Nice.
Wait, he blew up all the other guys?
He was the only one that was left.
Oh, I missed it. Okay, well,
Oh.
I guess
I
time
wanted
is since then. Yeah,
I kind of.
I'm a little
Sorry.
disappointed too.
I just wanted to try and tear off that guy's head.
Well, I'm
Is that
sure
bad?
I wanted to tear off people's heads too. All right, well, I guess let's go inside. Should I you want me to go look around again?
We're going up with McCain.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah, I want to search the bodies of the not exploded people to see if we can find car keys because we're going to need a.
Yeah, you definitely find car keys on them.
Okay, cool.
As you guys, I'm just assuming at this point, as you guys advance into the power station, just keep in mind that there is the gate is no longer functional, and the van is just kind of like dead in the water right in front of it, leaning forward a bit from the acid that guy vomited all over the place. There's the transformers off to your immediate left, and there's that building on your right.
Well, with gunfire, if there's anybody inside, they know we're coming. So I would say let's get inside.
Okay, getting inside's not a problem. The door is unlocked. So it's Rachel. It's like what you saw when you scried. The whole room is designed specifically for the one of the focal points, obviously, of this summoning circle.
I just realized Watcher didn't take a turn.
You just realized what?
Watcher didn't take a turn.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that.
Oh.
So I'm gonna look around for that figure because
we'll say at this point he fired, but he's not a combatant, so he didn't hit anything.
Cool.
Okay. So when we get in there, I'm gonna immediately look around for that one figure that I couldn't make out.
Sure.
The shadowy.
Yeah.
So you see that figure is still in the corner. Now that you've gotten a better chance to look at them, the figure is actually covered by like a black blanket.
Okay.
So that's part of what obscured what it was that you were looking at. So which kind of made sense. But you see a pale face kind of look up at you, and she's got purple hair. She looks very beat up, very cut up.
This is the one that's tied up?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, so I thought there was somebody else too.
Nope.
Not just her.
Just her. Yep.
Okay.
Were we given a description of Juliet?
We didn't actually go into it, but we would say yes. You guys would have had at least not a current picture, but a picture to reflect off of. Yeah.
Okay. Did she have purple hair?
No.
Okay. For some reason, I was like, purple hair. Notes.
That almost seems a little too easy. Like, I'm gonna look around before people advance in to see if there's any runes or markings on the floor or around to basically see if it's warded.
Good call. You do not see anything on the floor.
On the floor specifically, or
nothing on the floor.
What about on the walls or on her?
You do see that. Not on her, no. The setup has not changed from when you scried.
Okay. Can I tell what the runes are or what the markings are on the wall? Like, do they make a pattern? Do they make a ward of any kind?
Go ahead and roll your intelligence and occult, since you already had a good look at it.
Intelligence and occult. That would be 3.
3. Okay. So this is your second time actually getting a chance to look at it. This is clearly one of the anchor points to the ward, or not the ward, but the summoning circle. It is blood that it's written in, and like the wards that you saw before. I mean, obviously the archaic runes that they've used can be deciphered, but you can tell based upon the fact that they were blood. It looks like they were probably put up very hastily.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So knowing that, would I be able to understand what kind of counter magic I would need to disrupt this point?
No, really, it's in essence like a dispel magic. You need to build up the I don't want to say tolerance, but the strength of your counter magic spell. Like, think of it like a shield in a sense. You just need to be able to score enough successes to in essence break it down.
Okay. Okay. So then, guys, I can probably dispel whatever's here, but I don't know about her. Like, she looks like she's still alive.
So Watcher, like, looks around because Watcher is the least combat guy that you've got on your group. So he's trying to take the most supportive positions that he can, like watch the door, sort of thing. So he's trying to watch, and keep you guys covered. But he looks over there and he's like, Gemma, and she looks at him weirdly, and he's like, No, you don't know me. Trust me. But we know some of the same people. And she doesn't really say anything. She's just not really there and very, very kind of out of it.
Weird.
Gemma's name was on the board. Gemma was on the board.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go check her out. Maybe she needs. Maybe I can help her.
Okay. And he
I'll
says,
have your back.
and he says that kind of makes sense. She's Tremere.
Oh, she's a vampire.
Difficult to say, but
That's who they were looking
not
for.
the same political leaning.
I don't know if I can heal a vampire. Have I tried healing vampires before?
Yes.
Does it work?
You cannot.
Okay, well, I mean, I have medicine. Maybe there's something I can do about that.
Yeah, he's like, the only
give her
thing.
blood.
Yeah, the only thing we can do is give her blood.
Well, I mean, if she's not a person, then she's not going to be dying on us anytime soon. Why don't we see what we can get out of her before we restore her?
I was gonna say maybe she knows something.
And we've got bodies outside. I wouldn't recommend the vomiting guy, but maybe the other ones.
I don't think we necessarily need to feed her until we know.
Oh no, yeah. Let's question her first, but then we have food for her. So.
Well, I don't
I'm
know. Maybe they're like tainted or something.
Well, we'll leave it up to her.
Fair.
So she's just like looking around. She's got that look of like, can barely keep her head up. It kind of shakes a little bit, with the movement.
Sansa is steering very clear of her, now knowing that she's Tremere.
But you can tell now that you've actually pulled the blanket back that she has a number of cuts on her body.
Do they look ritualistic?
Yes.
Does she?
Maybe. Oh, sorry.
Blood magic.
Now, like, I'm curious now. Maybe all of these waypoints that are supposed to operate this summoning thing. What if they're powered by Tremere blood?
That's not. I don't know if that's
Not
the case,
bad.
but that would be a good reason to run.
I mean, if they came looking to, hey, we need to stop by the Tremere supply shop to pick up some blood to power our super powered demon generator, that would explain where they went.
I'd probably get out of Dodge too.
understanding now the Gemma thing, would it make sense that there could be other names on the blackboard that we just didn't kind of figure out? Of people who are missing?
Maybe. I mean, it's hard to say. A good portion of it was, blurred out and whatnot. So, but
Plenty of
she,
more of their members went missing, and
Yeah.
that's who they were searching for.
yeah, and so she says that very faintly when she speaks, but she says, you have to reverse. You have to reverse this anchor. They
Would
will.
I know how to do
They'll
that?
they'll be here soon.
Okay.
So that's what we were talking about before, reversing this thing. So
What was done last?
And
Okay.
she shrugs at this point. She's not very clearly here. Because she's very weary. And Watcher looks outside and he says, "Guys, I hear something coming."
Okay. So how do we reverse the anchor point then? Would that be the counter magic?
Right now, that's your best guess, barring any additional
Okay.
information. Is
All
a
right.
flat out attempt to negate it.
Okay. Can I guess I can try to do that here at the source.
Yep.
Okay. So then she's not going to waste any time. She's going to start, like, I don't know, guess focusing.
Okay. So you are focusing and casting your counter magic.
I'm going to shoulder the gun and I'm going to do my fortune to give her a little buff.
Okay.
Are
you
what's
you
the difficulty?
Blessed be her again?
I'm sorry?
Are you doing Blessed be again?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
let me see. Yeah, because I think the other ones are more combat focused. Hadron's wall +1 dice pool to defend for the scene. That's more of a defensive thing. I think Blessed Be is probably the best thing I have.
Okay.
Or yeah.
Well, for what you're trying to do, yes.
Okay, yeah. Then we'll do Blessed Be. So I have to roll manipulation, intimidation. Okay, that takes out that 10, but I have 2 successes.
Okay. That is enough to give her a buff. Are you going to spend any mana, Rachel?
Well, that's what I was trying to figure out what the difficulty was after he did that.
Difficulty right now is starting off at 8.
Okay, so with him doing that, it reduces it to 7. I feel like I really need to succeed on this to do it in the first shot because of time. So yes, I will spend my last mana to do this because it's important.
All right.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll.
Rolling.
And we're gonna narrate part of this because we're obviously running out of time, but I'll explain to you what's going to happen.
Okay. What am I rolling? I'm sorry. Occult and intelligence?
Yes.
Or okay.
Actually, it would be manipulation and occult.
Manipulation and occult. Okay. One, two, three.
Okay.
All 6.
So you are off to the races at this point. You see that she starts gesturing and the ruins in the room start to light up in response, almost as if resisting her will to thwart the summoning circle. What is happening is when Watcher let out the warning that he heard something, when you guys look out there, you see a rush of creatures running towards the gate.
oh shit.
Oh, awesome. This is where we die.
So this is very much like, think at this point, not super exaggerated, but think Walking Dead. Only they're not walking.
It's like A horde coming in.
Yes, it is very much like an inbound horde.
Did we close the door?
There to the building? No, you have not as of yet. Like I said, this part's getting narrated, so you have a choice. She is clearly not skilled enough in her counter magic to dispel it right away. They are going to make it through the breach before she can do it. How long it's going to take depends on her rolls. So this means you're going to have to repel the invaders. Now your choice is to either obviously try and wait it out and shut the door and hope that door and that building holds, or fight back and hold the line long enough that she could dispel it.
Like Serenity.
There you go. Good example.
I'm thinking Luna with a blunderbuss. I can start a storm watch here. A
This might be
lightning
a
storm.
good time to use that
It's a
earthquake
gun.
cane.
Oh yes, the cane. That'll help.
Well,
Sorry,
but the
she's
can't only
focusing,
one
sorry.
strike. I was thinking that I could start a lightning storm, but I don't know how long that'll take.
Well, but you have something else you can add to that. Your black candles.
Oh,
It's important you guys look at those sheets.
Oh yeah, they gave us the those weapons, right?
Mm-hmm. So, judging by the current weather that you are in right now, it would only take you minutes to power up to where you need to if you use your candles.
yeah.
I'm going to. Sorry.
What was in the bag?
The 6 demon
I'm
bag.
pulling out the potions. I'm pulling out the bag, and she's
Okay.
gonna hold it up, and there's enough for what, 5 swigs?
There's enough for everybody, actually, including Watcher at this point.
Okay, everybody, take a swig. She's gonna take a big one and pass it
Okay.
around.
What does it do again?
It's for a scene. You basically get up to 3 dice that you can use to strength, dex, or stamina, and you have a +1 to perception.
Okay.
So you can split them up, or add them all to 1, whatever you choose.
I'll probably add. Yeah, I'll take a swig and I'll add 2 to Dex and then 1 to Stamina to help me shoot stuff.
Okay.
I'm going to do the same thing.
Okay. Missy?
Yeah, I think I'll do the same since I'm going to be handling the blunderbuss.
Okay. All right, so are you going to shift back to your human form then to use it? Because you can't use it with bear claws.
Really? Yeah. Yeah, I would have initially started changing back when we were.
Well, when you change back, it's instantaneous. That's the nice thing about it. You don't have to go through the forms, unlike werewolves and whatnot. For you, it's poof. It's getting there, which is kind of a bitch. Okay. So you have partaken of the 6 demon bag.
Yes.
Todd's character sits down, draws himself a circle, or I should say draws himself a triangle in the dirt at this point, sets his candles up at either point, and you see that they light. Even with the rain coming down, they light and stay lit.
I'm going to look up at Luna and just say, "Protect me."
And Watcher stays close. He's got his pistol, and it's like if he has to just keep emptying clips and shotgun rounds, and he's going to do that. Whatever it is you're doing is probably important.
How long would it take me to cast Hadrian's Wall?
At this point, you will, after taking part of the 6 demon bag, you will not have an opportunity to do that before this horde hits that gate and breaks through.
Okay. In that case, yeah, I'm just gonna start shooting when appropriate.
So here we go. So you see, at first, the first wave come through, like 5 or 6 just hit that gate and break through. Like they barely even stop. And they're all dressed like normal people, but it looks very much like they have that similar look that the guys that you just saw. And none of them look normal or average. They all have some sort of bizarre mutation to them of some kind, or some evil look about them as they come racing through. And you just let your grease gun go on full auto. Brittany, as they start getting just a touch too close, you're just trying to, hamstring here, claw here, flip there, sort of thing. Just, doing your best to keep it one shot, one kill, in hand to hand.
Yeah,
and as too many come
to 5, so
and as too many come in, you guys hear the loud gong, and Missy's blunderbuss, ka-dang, and this centrifuge of electricity just crackles out everywhere, frying several, and that first wave goes. But as soon as you have a chance to see that they fall, 15 more come running in. I mean, it is just insane. You can see some that are starting to climb up the walls behind you to either side, that are starting to get caught in the barbed wire. And while this is happening, the storm is getting frantic. The winds are blowing to a level that it's getting difficult to hear. Almost hurricane force winds. Rachel, give me another roll.
Okay, so it's manipulation and occult, you said?
Yes.
Would my blessed bee still be on her? It says it lasts for the scene.
Yes.
Nice, okay. So, but my mana, though, wouldn't...
Your mana is exhausted, but
effective.
blessed bee is on you
Okay.
for this scene.
So my difficulty would be 7.
Yes.
Okay. I got 4.
Oh,
I wish I could reroll my
nice.
10s. Ugh. If we play these characters again, I am putting points into a cult so I can reroll those freaking 10s. Ugh.
So, at this point, over the sound of the wind, faintly, you can hear crackling coming from the room. Something is happening. You just almost as if the electricity, the arcane energy is crackling around and snapping behind you. I mean, at this point, George, you are just holding that trigger and just guiding it back and forth, hoping that you can pump off enough rounds to slow the advancement, so that gives Ariel, a chance to swing or something without getting tackled, and giving Luna a chance to reload and fire off that another round. You're down 2 willpower at this point, Luna. So you're almost out of will at this point. Todd, would you like to roll?
Yes.
I know he's been waiting since last game to do this.
So it is. What am I doing? Weathercraft and.
Let's get that pulled back up again.
I mean, a cult would be awesome.
Okay, it is manipulation and willpower.
Oh.
interesting.
And you need to tell me how much willpower you're going to spend for the. I take it you're going to go full Monty with it, but I mean, is that what you're going to do?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Okay. So we already worked this up. It's going to take you 5 willpower to burn for this.
Damn.
Okay.
So go ahead. So go ahead and roll your manipulation and willpower prior to expenditure.
Okay. Difficulty?
Difficulty, because of the storm, 6.
Nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5 with a 1. We roll a 10. 5 successes.
Very
Okay.
nice.
And then I spent the 5 willpower, so that's 10 successes then?
No, it's not 10 successes. That
Oh.
allows you to basically call your final form that you've been wanting. So this is what ends up happening. So at this point with the war, I mean a few of them managed to break through, and one of them pins Luna up against the wall and drove some claws narrowly close to her stomach to impale her, but like stick in the brick. And 2 of them managed to pin Ariel up against the car, as they realized that the claws were her main offensive weapon. So they're trying to hold her back to allow a third person to come in and tear her up. As you see this, as you end up, you almost see, Todd, what was your character's name again? Lawrence, yeah. As you almost see Lawrence go Raiden. Like, you can actually see, like, small pulses of electricity kind of like zip around his body. And there is a thunderclap that is so loud, not only does it partially deafen you for a moment, the impact of the thunder alone is enough to leave you rattled. Like, you physically feel the impact in you. Doesn't do any damage, but it's like somebody ran up to your bed while you were laying down and quickly shook it. A lightning bolt comes down, strikes the van, and energy ripples out all around it, almost in a massive cascading effect. Todd, I need you to roll. You rolled how many successes?
5.
I need you to roll 11 dice.
Oh my gosh. Difficulty 6?
Difficulty 6. Ignore 1s.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5. Okay.
11 dice. 5.
so this lightning bolt strikes and blows up the van into pieces, and as the lightning strike ripples out around in a flash, you actually see many of the ones that were breaking their way in just vaporize, almost down to immediate charred remains from the lightning strike. That ripple effect strikes the power substation.
Well, this should be fun, guys.
and there is a flash of light, an explosion. So between the thunder and the power substation, there is an explosion so loud that it actually blinds you and you see nothing but darkness.
Oh, jeez.
You feel weightless for a moment.
All of us, or just him?
All of you. And then nothing. And then slowly but surely, it's still dark. You can't see anything, but you start to hear again, and it's actually, you're hearing the sound of silence. So there's that annoying whistling and ringing kind of in your ear.
Hello,
but it's
darkness.
a good sign, right? Because it means you're alive. Hopefully. Right. Then feeling starts to come back. And you're covered in something. Sort of coarse, grainy. And when you start to slowly get your vision back, and it's painful because of the light of the effect. You're all still together, not directly, but you're all still together. Like at certain points, the substation is gone. There's no wall. There's no van. It's a vacant lot. The sky is burnt and scorched and looks as if it's in a perpetual state of nuclear decay, lighting it in hues of amber and orange, providing some light but not enough to prevent eerie shadows and patches of darkness. And as you slowly start to stand up and pull yourself from the ashes and look around, you see the cityscape of Portland in a ruined scale of decimation.
Oops.
And right then is when Godsmack's I Stand Alone starts to play, and we roll credits.
So, I feel like we're blowing up with that ley line point, or that point of it just kind of exploded the whole city. Like it followed the lines and interrupted the whole thing. I could be wrong, but that's what it feels like.
I know. Well, we're not going to find out the other parts of it until 2 weeks from now when we pick Vampire back up.
Oh, jeez.
So
I think it was fitting that it was Todd that blew it up.
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
You ruined my counter spell.
See, that was the ironic thing. I kind of figured that was going to happen when he selected that character. But again, it was all random draw.
With you.
Yeah, it was all random draw. It's not like anybody said, had a call or you guys made that and that's how it came out. So it's just kind of funny that there were some interesting parallels.
Bear blows up the building. Lawrence blows up the city.
What?
Rachel's crying.
Oh dear, you're increasing in range.
Oh, God.
Todd's characters are the most dangerous in this world.
More dangerous than the vampire he plays.
What will Henri blow up?
Is it still nighttime?
Oh, God.
Or
Can we tell?
I gave you the description. You would have to translate off of that.
Oh, geez.
I'm concerned for Gemma.
I'm not.
I'm looking to make sure Luna is okay.
I'm like covered in ash.
Yeah, so that's where we are going to end it for the night.
Jeez.
Well,
And that ends the Sorcerer Chaos, or I should say Arcane Chaos 2-parter. Thank you all for hanging in there. I know this one ran late, but I wanted to make sure we brought it to a conclusion, so nothing was left hanging. So next game will be, for Vampire, would be April the 2nd.
Yes.
Still good? Good? Okay, cool. Cool.
Sorry, Portland.
So
That place is a hellhole anyway.
I hope you guys had fun.
Yeah.
No demons showing.
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean, I got to fire the gun. We killed some stuff. We burned down a bookstore.
I'm a little sad I didn't get to roll for my martial arts with this increased ability. But I'm sweet.
That's okay.
Oh, well.
I wonder
Yeah,
about Sandra. So Sandra's going to be okay with all this.
So, obviously, if you guys want to hold on to these characters, you are more than welcome to.
Cool.
So it is definitely something we can do again at a later time. Find out what happened to our intrepid group of
Whether we all got
sorcerers.
grounded for blowing up the city.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I got my counter magic off, so thanks, Todd.
It's the old man's fault again. I've got a detonator in my hand. I kill him. Wait a second.
All right.
Do you think Adam's going to be pissed that Portland kind of got blown up?
Do we care that Adam's pissed about that?
Oh wait, I'm thinking of Ashland. Sorry.
Oh.
Oh,
No, Ashland is not blown up.
Too many things.
give Henri a minute.
Yep. So, so thank you guys. Obviously, I'll be available right after a game. If you guys have any questions or comments or whatnot, we'll go ahead and end the stream there. And thank you guys for tuning in who watched. Good night, guys.
Night.
Good job, guys.